A scoping response tracker was prepared, and that's CD 110.5. There are, I think, 13, 14 pages of how that they have been responded to. So every point against it has a discipline allocated to it, an owner, and then the WSP response, and then the action that's required to inform the carrying out of the environmental impact assessment.
And let's just have a look at that as an example. So if you pick up that document, please, CD 110.5.
Yes.
So CD 110.5, and the tracker starts on PDF page 262 within that.
Yes.
And when we get to PDF page 262, we see, as you just said, C2C scope and response, and then the comment column. And so just work through those columns as they appear to us, just to explain the point that you're making to the inspector, please.
Yeah, so each of the comments, so Department for Transport is the first one that has point 8, point 8, point 9, etc. So points that they've made in their letter. If you go further on into that scoping response, it also deals with the Environment Agency and other consultees, for example. So the Department for Transport is cognizant of the Environment Agency and other bodies in preparing their scoping opinion. So the tracker deals with every point that's been made both by DFT but also by those other bodies as well. And then the way in which they've been taken into account is dealt with in the right-hand column, which has the status, and the status has been characterised as either agreed and adopted, noted, or to rejected, and for whatever reason. In this case, all of the scoping opinion comments, both from the DFT and those they consulted with, were either noted, agreed, and noted, or agreed and adopted. So in other words, none were rejected, all were taken forward into the EIA work. And there's the previous column there is about the action, so that describes the work that's been undertaken to address that comment that's been made.
Thank you. And I just want to, bearing in mind the topics to come, just look at a few examples with you. So if you turn forward, please, to PDF page 276 of that document, we get a sort of section note which tells us that the following sections deal with responses provided by the shared authority.
Yes.
And CPPF, and if we turn over one more, we see there at the top the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. And if you move forward, please, I'm looking at points 41 and 42 on PDF page 281. So PDF page 281, points 41 and 42. Have you got those?
Yes, I have.
So the first of those from GCSP, the comments focus on climate change and sustainable construction, and the information contained with chapters 7, GHG, and 8, climate resilience of the report. The methodology and approach outlined in these chapters is welcome. So that was a comment. Just explain how that was taken into account.
Yeah, so the scoping report would have gone through chapter by chapter and set out the methodology, the study area, the significance criteria, etc. And that would have all been so basically the method for carrying out the work. And so two topics there, greenhouse gases and climate resilience. And so, as it says there, the methodology is welcomed, and then we have acknowledged that and proceeded on that basis. There's no actual action required because the methodology is welcomed, so that's noted and taken forward into the environmental statement. And
in terms of that methodology, if we stay in the same document, can I ask you to go back to PDF page 91?
Yes, a study area.
Yeah, section 7, well, in fact it starts on the previous page where we get guidance at 7.2.9, and then 7.4, the assessment approach and assessment methodology. Are they the parts of the report that you were referring to in your last answer to me about that response from the Shared Planning Service?
Yes.
Great, and just final points on this in thinking about methodology and climate change and the greenhouse gas chapter. Can you move forward to PDF page 288, please?
Yes.
And we see the subheading here is CPPF.
Yes.
Are these the comments from CPPF on your scoping report?
Yes.
And were there any adverse comments about the methodology for your greenhouse gases assessment?
No, agreed and adopted, and no comments.
Right, so that's scoping. Can we move then to the next subtopic here, which is design and mitigation? So put that CD document away, please, and go back to your proof of evidence at paragraph 3.2. And that's on page 11, I should say, environmental design and mitigation.
Yes.
And can I ask you to give an overview, please, of how mitigation and design have worked together in this ES?
Yeah, certainly. So one of the principles is around the design sort of mitigation hierarchy, which is a sort of well understood way of going through the process with avoidance at the top of the tree, if you like. If there's something that's of very high value then and probably have a significant effect, then the first principle is avoidance right the way through to compensation with mitigation and other measures in the middle. So that's the sort of the design principles. So in going through the assessment, a lot of work is undertaken by the different disciplines looking at the significance of those effects, and where there are significant effects that may need to be mitigated, then the individual topics will highlight those and look into more detail and try and develop the design. And what ultimately comes out is, as well as mitigation plans, so plans that might show, for example, planting proposals. There would also be the mitigation register, which is referred to on page 12 of my proof of evidence, and that's CD1 1002. And that has 60 environmental mitigation measures with their objectives and description of them. So that is the sort of go-to place of encapsulating all of the various mitigation measures that have come through from the disciplines and feed their way into that register. And that is part of the environmental statement.
Thank you. The next subtopic here is alternatives.
Yeah.
Park, Clare Hall, just focus on the other options. The first, please, Coat and Orchard, which we've already heard a little bit from Ms. Gaisley on and her concerns there. But if you go to your proof, please, paragraph 5.3.2,
yes,
which you'll find on your page 21.
Yes.
You've got the first subheading at the top of the page is the Coat and Orchard options, and you at 5.3.2 refer to the ESA.
Yes.
And we've looked at that this morning. But we did so from Mr. Baker's point of view. I want to ask you from an environmental point of view now on that. So can I ask you to turn that up, CD 11006. And within that, go please to PDF page 15.
Just one moment.
Yes, of course. It's CD 11006, sir. And it's PDF page 15 in that document.
PDF page 15.
And you'll see at the top of that, Mr. Saunders, a subheading 2.4 consideration of alternatives, and then the paragraphs that Mr. Baker and Mr. Cameron discussed earlier, 2.4.3 through to 2.4.5. But from an environmental perspective, you just explain what were the environmental factors going into your assessment of that alternative option?
Yes, it was, I think that principally relates to paragraph 2.4.3 of that addendum about the visibility, the earthworks, land take, visual impacts, visual and landscape impacts, and local countryside. So that they were the sort of key factors, I think, in taking the decision that, from an environmental perspective, that was an option that was sort of less environmentally or more environmentally damaging, so should I say.
Yeah, more environmentally damaged, thank you. So that's the first of the two options you deal with. The second is the online option. So back to your proof of evidence, please.
Yes.
Same page, page 21.
Yes.
But looking now at the second subheading, the online CPPF option, and you have a quotation from the ES at your paragraph 5.3.7 at the bottom of the page and running over the page, and it's quite lengthy. But can you just identify the inspectors? What were the key environmental considerations in respect of this option?
Yeah, so reported in the environmental statement, it was that Madingley Wood and the American Cemetery were sort of key receptors that could potentially be affected within that area.
And we also know about them, Mr. London referred to them because of the engineering assessments, CD 931. Before we go there, just ask you this, what sort of involvement did you or the WSP environmental team have in that document?
So although it was principally an engineering assessment, obviously it was correct to take into account the environmental constraints within that area. The alternative engineering assessment was drawn up to try and avoid any impacts on those two features that I've mentioned. So in other words, they worked as far south, if you like, on the alignment to try and avoid as much as possible any impact. And by impact, that probably means direct impact, not indirect impact. So the other things that might come to pass as a result of the scheme. So it was basically to flag up that there were constraints in that area and that they would have to be addressed going forwards if that came to pass.
So when you say you try to avoid as much as possible, heard lots of comments being put, Mr. London, about whether the solutions indeed to Mr. Baker by Mr. Parker about whether an attempt was made to avoid these issues.
Yeah.
Given what you just said to me, how far were attempts made in an environmental sense to avoid the issues that this scheme might present?
Well, I think the principle was really to move away as far as possible from those two receptors, acknowledging that on the south side with properties, hedgerows, etc., there would be impacts, but obviously the importance of the American Cemetery and Madingley Woods SSSI, we're sort of careful to make sure that was kept as far away as possible. As a sort of principle, and then the engineering sort of proceeded on that basis.
And if we pick it up now, please, CD 931. So it's CD 931 is the engineering appraisal, and the specific section is on PDF page 52.
31. Page 32?
52.
Oh, 52, sorry. Yes.
When you're there under the subheading 310 environmental appraisal, can you just identify for the inspectors what were the principal concerns from an environmental perspective are raised in your appraisal now, not in the ES, but a couple of years later, July 2025?
Yeah, so I think that's probably encapsulated in 310.2. The route's passage past the Grade 1 registered park and garden in the American Cemetery would have potential impacts on setting, highly protected heritage designation. And it goes on with other designations associated with the American Cemetery, and also just going down to 310.4 to avoid impacts to the cemetery and SSSI. The more southerly alignment would also require the loss of mature trees and hedgerows to the south, east and west of the SSSI. And so basically the point, I suppose, that we tried to keep away as far as possible from those constraints within the sort of corridor available.
Yeah, and bearing in mind the two conclusions or the two risk factors you've identified here, firstly the SSSI and secondly the American Cemetery, how consistent were they with your appraisal in the environmental statement dealing with the online options?
Yeah, consistent.
And what does that tell you about the environmental risks of this scheme, having looked at it once, having had a few more iterations from CPPF, and then looked at it again in a bit more detail? What does that tell you as an EIA specialist about this option?
Well, often it's not always about the significance of an impact, but around the sort of what you might call the consenting risk. So when you are in the proximity of such sort of high designations, then a lot of care has to be taken. And it's often not until later on in the process that you know the full extent, because you might have to do a lot of detailed surveys, there might have to be a lot of scheme development, and there are often perhaps unpalatable things that happen through the scheme design because of standards, etc., that cause maybe an initial view on what may have been an impact may sort of change over time. But the principle is here, I think, that you are in a very sensitive area. That was assumed at the time for the ES, and it's also through this engineering assessment it has proven as well that it's a sensitive area. Not everything will be known at this stage because there will be detail to come, both from an environmental information gathering and design gathering perspective. and that would make you would probably run with the risk for a long time, I would say, and obviously the consultation with Historic England, Natural England, etc., that would have a bearing as well.
Yeah, and you refer to the consultation that has been undertaken. There's 2 letters at Appendix D in your 310.1 and 310.2. Is that consultation which gives you comfort about this as an option, or does it give you cause for concern?
Yeah, I think there is concern, again, based on the proximity to those features.
Yeah. Moving then to topic 2, greenhouse gases. We've dealt with the scoping opinion on this, but if I just take you back to your proof, please, and go to your paragraph 6.12.2. I've asked you. We've seen what GCSP said about it. We've seen the CPF didn't adversely comment on it. Final question then on scoping is the methodology. Did the Secretary of State have any concerns about the methodology proposed in the scoping report for greenhouse gases?
No.
Right. Then we get to your environmental statement and the assessment there, and you give us a summary of that at 6.12.7 at the bottom of that page. Indeed, it goes over. And at 6.12.8, you talk about an updated assessment being presented, and we have that in your proof of evidence appendices at Appendix 6. Can I ask you to go there, please?
Yes.
Your Appendix 6. And when you're in that document, Appendix C is in PDF page 17.
Yes.
And can you just explain, by reference to your summary of approach and outcomes, how this update came about and what it demonstrates?
Yeah, certainly. So there was a carbon assessment was undertaken and presented in the environmental statement. Over time, between the publication of the environmental statement and up to preparation of this carbon assessment update, there have been some changes to what's called the Transport Appraisal Guidance Data Book that gives emission factors. So the original carbon assessment, they followed the tag requirements at the time, but then there was a challenge to those figures, and that's because basically the data set had changed over time, and that every 6 months or so a new data set is released, and so basically that was rerun the carbon assessment. And at the time as well, I think we've already heard about the sort of Series E and Series F modelling. So the Series F modelling was also utilised to carry out that update. So that's dealt with in point 3 on page 18. That the traffic modelling was revisited as well, and then so those 2 factors were carried out, and they are presented in the proof, the results of that assessment. And then on point 4 on page 18 of the approach and outcomes that we talk about, it says the overall combined impact of these updates, so the 2 points above, the tag data book and the traffic modelling, is marginal, with the overall assessment net whole life carbon impact and associated net zero payback. So that's when on a scheme-wide basis it reaches net zero, period being commensurate with the scale of the original assessment. So in other words, broadly the findings were the same.
And let's just have a look at that in a bit more detail. If you turn over the page, please, to table 1.
Yeah.
And,
yes.
And we see the May 2023 assessment is the second column, then the updated assessment using tag 2025 is the third column.
Yeah.
And can you just talk the inspectors through the comparison between those 2, please?
Yeah. So the May 2023 assessment that used the Series E traffic, and that's what's recorded in the environmental statement. Then the updated assessment uses the Series F data, and that uses the original tag emission factors. So that's the change.
Which column are you in now?
Sorry.
2 or 3?
So the Series E is the second column, which is minus 30,960.
So that's the ES. So we
That's
write
the environmental
we write
statement
ES
one.
at the top of that one. Yeah.
Yes,
And we are
so-
comparing that to which one?
So the next one is the next column. So the one entitled "Updated Assessment Using Tag 2022." That's the Series F traffic, and then you get minus 56. And shall I just move on to the next?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one, that's the updated assessment using Tag 2025. And the Series F, so that's if you like the total update.
Right. So we write update at the top of that one.
Yeah,
And so it's the comparison then between the ES column 2, and the update column 4.
yeah.
All right. In terms of net impact, that's the 4th row down. How do those compare?
Yeah, it's fairly similar. There's the second column is minus 5,000, and the fourth column is minus 7,000.
And when we have a minus figure in this column, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
And what does it represent as a good thing?
But carbon saving overall.
Right. And then the final row, carbon payback period, these are identical,
Yes.
2078. Just to explain to the inspector those two.
Yeah. So
Thanks,
that's
please.
So that's the point at which you reach sort of net zero on a scheme specific context. So basically, what was presented in the environmental statement with the May 2023 assessment concludes the same with the updated assessment using Series F and the Series F traffic and the revised tag emission factors.
So a lengthy exercise, but when we step back and ask, so what is the answer, Mr. Saunders?
It makes no difference to the environmental statement outcomes and in terms of significance of impact, where using the standard assessment in Table 1, there's a slight benefit.
Right. And then I just want to, that's obviously on a scheme basis, but that's not the approach we take as a matter of law or policy. So just go back, please, to CD, it's a new document actually, CD 11106, which is the technical note underpinning this chapter of the environmental statement. It's referred to as TR6, isn't it?
Yes.
11106. And can I ask you to go through, please, to PDF page 17 in that document? So CD 11106, PDF page 17. And what this does is it gives us a table and some quantification by reference to the carbon budgets. See the 2008 Act.
Yeah.
And we have at 5.6.3, we have GHG emissions arising from the proposed scheme without mitigation measures in place to expect to account for, and then we get some numbers for the budgets. Are those numbers on the revised modelling the same, or are they different?
There are some very, very small differences.
Could you just explain what those differences are, please?
Yes, I'll just have to check, but I think that from the well, I won't do it from memory. I'll just check my numbers.
Find your note and then tell the inspectors, please.
Okay, so the fourth carbon budget.
Yeah.
So approximately, the revised numbers for the budget. So the fourth carbon budget, approximately 0.00177%.
0.0017%.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, sorry.
0.0.
Yeah, I'll give it another go. 0.00177%.
Okay, then the fifth carbon budget.
I think that might be the same figure. Is it minus 0.0003%?
Sorry, minus.
Sorry, I'll go again. 0.0003%.
Yeah, it looks the same to me.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the final number, please, for the sixth carbon budget.
Yeah, that right. Minus 0.0006%. So it effectively replace the 3 from the previous one with the 6. Here.
Right, thank you very much. So that's your appraisal. You've explained from your perspective on the so what question, it makes no difference. But there's one point arising from this document this morning.
Yes.
But let's just let's unpack that, please. And let's just walk it through, certainly as I understand it from Mr. Partridge. If you pick up, please, CD 11106, which is the document we were in.
Yes.
And if you go back, please, now to PDF page 9.
Yes.
And you'll see there, in paragraph 3.2.13, under the subheading User Emissions,
Yes.
the statement's been made, end user vehicle emissions were calculated in accordance with DMRB LA 114 Climate 2021.
Yeah.
Emissions were quantified using tag data from the DFT. Sorry, hang on. DFT, and the footnote 13 there
Yes.
takes us down to DFT Transport 2022 Guidance Tag Data Book online. So that's what you've looked at, the tag data book, and it says that you accessed it on the 3rd of November 2022.
Yeah.
Right. And the point that, as I understand, is being made is if you pick up this document,
Yeah.
have you got this one?
I haven't touched
Is
it
it on the
to
core
hand.
docs yet? I don't have a reference if it is, sorry. Good stuff.
Sorry. Thank you.
Well, that'd probably be easier for the first moment.
Yes.
Right, and the top of the page, 3rd of November 2022, so we're being told, let's just take it at face value, that on the 3rd of November 2022, this is what the web page looked like, sorry. First question, the footnote referring to the tag data book,
Yes.
which link is that on this page?
The top one, I think.
Top one, right.
Yeah.
So that's what you looked at. Now the point appears to be made, well, there was a forthcoming changes
Yes.
document which we see immediately below. We'll come on to what that may or may not contain. But as a matter of principle, looking at this guidance, would you use the tag data book or would you use the forthcoming change to the tag data book for the purpose of your ES?
Tag data book.
Why do you say that?
Because that is the correct one to use until a new one is published. This is basically giving, I don't know if to call it a heads up, but a sort of direction of travel, which giving some idea about what may be forthcoming. But the tag data book is still the right one to use at the time.
Let's assume that you were less certain, and it comes down then to a question of proportionality. How does that question resolve itself in your mind? So if you thought both were in play, what would be the proportionate approach in your view as at that date?
Proportionate.
In terms of which one to use for the purpose of your ES?
Okay, yeah, the tag data book, I think.
Right. Now,
Mr. Saunders, can I just...
Sorry, John, sir.
I just want to go back to the date that you gave, which Mr. Henderson asked you about,
Yeah.
the date of the documents.
Yes.
Because I think what you were asked, I'm just struggling to see it on this
Oh,
screen.
sorry. So the
so
tag,
the very top, sir. No, it's my fault. I wasn't clear. If you see the red bar, sir,
Yeah?
archived on.
All right.
So the point
yeah.
that CPPF are making is say, well, if this is what it looked like on that day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's
Got it.
entirely my mistake. But just help me with this, please. where this gets to, if anywhere, is about fleet mix.
Yes.
How many EVs as a percentage go into the fleet mix? Now we know what you used in your ES, but if you had used the forthcoming change to tag data but link, can you help the inspectors with what that would have given you by way of a fleet mix?
I understand it wouldn't have made any difference, that the fleet mix for 2022 was 67% electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And then the fleet mix stayed at that time.
Yeah. So even if you clicked on the link below, it would have been the same number for your fleet mix, would it? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Saunders?
That's my understanding. To be fair, I've probably not had a chance to interrogate this as much as I could.
Only arrived today. I appreciate that, but I'm asking you to do the best you can.
Yeah,
So can you just repeat the number? I missed the number.
Oh, sorry, 67%.
67%.
Yeah.
So that's where we are there, and we just make this make this point real. Going back, please, to your appendices.
Yes.
And I was on. If I just take you back to your PDF page 18.
Yeah.
This, you tell us, and you've already told us again today, uses the up-to-date tag data book. And what was the date of that up-to-date tag data book for the purposes of your updated assessment?
It's 2025, but is it May? I think it's May 2025.
May 2025.
Yeah, version 2.01.
Okay. And for the fleet mix,
Yeah.
that percentage, what percentage figure were we looking at that time?
82% electric vehicles, I believe.
Right. So in terms of the significant shift in May 2025, come on to see what Ms Hurst says about this in a moment, but in terms of that shift to 82%, if you'd used that forthcoming changes to tag data but link here, would you have used an 82% figure, or would you have used a different figure?
Sorry, is that if you'd used it?
Yeah, let me put the question again. So we know that you used May 2025 in your assessment at an 82% figure.
Yes.
If we'd wound ourselves back to November 2022, 3rd November 2022, and you clicked on the second link, as it appears to be CPPF's case, you should have done. If you clicked on that link, would you have got an 82% figure from following that link? Or would you have got a different figure to the fleet mix?
I think you'd have got the same figure.
Not the 67% figure that you said earlier.
Sorry, that's what I meant, the 67%.
Right, so we've got 67% in 2022, not the 82% in May 2025. So I put it to you again then slightly differently. So what? If you clicked on that link, so what, Mr Saunders? Can you explain to the inspectors if that would have made any difference?
It wouldn't have made any difference. There's two aspects, I suppose. The numbers that are presented in the table, they've been updated anyway, and the fact that from an environmental impact assessment perspective, we arrive in the same place, i.e. a slight beneficial impact looking at the scheme alone.
Well, and let's just see what Ms Hurst says about this. So if you pick up her proof of evidence, please.
Oops, sorry. Yes.
And within that, can you go please to her? Yes, of course. And in her proof of evidence, you've got if you go to page 7, I'm not sure they're numbered actually, but it's paragraph 7.1.
Yes, I'm there.
And it's under a subheading outdated forecast.
Yes.
And the first sentence, she makes the point that the tag data has changed. And the figure that she gives, the most recent figure, is the 82% one that you gave, May 2025 V2.01 Appendix D. And the criticism is this means the rate of carbon recovery will be significantly slower than assumed in the environmental statement, essentially because she thinks she should have used that figure, not an earlier figure.
Yeah.
But the first and simple point, is there any criticism either in this paragraph or anywhere else in Ms Hurst's proof of evidence about your failure to click on the link forthcoming change to TAD data book?
No.
Right. And second point, if what Ms Hurst wants to see and CPPF want to see is an appraisal using that 82% figure, is that appraisal before the inspector?
Yes. Yes. It's Appendix C to the document.
Thank you.
Appendix C to
My proof.
your proof.
Yes.
Yeah, which we've already looked at. Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Right, let's just tidy up, please, a few extra points that CPPF have made at various different times. Can you go back, please, to your proof of evidence?
Yes.
Your paragraph 7.73, first of all, which is on your page. Your page
56.
56. Yeah, that's right. And this is by reference to some slightly lengthier representations that Ms Hurst had made at an earlier point in time. And at 7.73 you quote from her objection, and then you respond at your 7.74. And the point here is about linear, there's 2 points, but the first point I should say is about whether the tracked vehicle CO2 emissions have been used. And what's your response on that, please? Have the tracked vehicle CO2 emissions been used in your Appendix C updated assessment?
Yes.
And were the tracked vehicle CO2 emissions used in the ES at that time in 2022?
At that time, yes.
Right. The second point, it's in the same 2 paragraphs, deals with the question of linear carbon reduction, i.e. the fleet mix profile over time. First point, is the approach that you've adopted consistent or inconsistent with the TAD data book?
It's consistent, as 7.7.4 says. The assessment has been carried out in accordance with the Department of Transport's tag analysis, and then it has used the data book that was current at the time.
Yeah. So if there's a criticism of using a linear approach beyond a fixed point in time, there's the 2050 fixed point in time, is that a criticism of your methodology individually, or is that a criticism of the TAG data book generally?
It's that the tag data book gets updated and you use what's available and the correct one at the time.
Yeah. And have you used the correct approach today in your updated assessment on this point?
Yes.
The next point is carbon sequestration, which we get immediately below on the next page, page 57. The point being made is about whether or not you include the loss of carbon, etc. And what's your response on that, please?
Yeah, I think one of the points here is that it was stated in 7.7.8 that the inclusion of tree planting to offset emissions, so basically making the point that was, I think the term here was greenwashing, whereas I've then gone on, particularly at 7.7.12 at the bottom of page 57, to make clear that the tree planting was not specifically to offset emissions. Basically, the mitigation register that's referred to there gives a topic for each mitigation point, and it wasn't claimed in any way that that tree planting was was a mitigation measure for carbon.
The next point, which is at the bottom of this page, well, actually, it starts on the next page, I should say, page 58, under the assessment period, and your 7.7.14, you quote Ms Hurst's objection. She takes issue with the use of a 60-year assessment period.
Yeah.
And what's your response, please, to the use of a 60-year assessment period?
Yeah. Basically, it's Department of Transport standard appraisal period. That's stated in 7.7.15. Then there are some quotes below that about using that appraisal period. It's not. There's probably another point there. At 7.7.16, I've said the use of the 60-year appraisal period is not there for an apparent attempt, quotations, an apparent attempt to make this highly polluting scheme appear carbon favourable. And then I've moved on in 7.7.17 to, I think, challenge the highly polluting statement, and then moved on to talk about the generally beneficial air quality. Well, when I say generally beneficial, probably the beneficial effects overall, particularly on the air quality pollutants.
Yeah, and then the final point, which is in the next subheading, is decommissioning.
Yeah.
And 7.7.18 explains or quotes the relevant part of the objection, criticism that it's not a whole life carbon assessment because the substantial emissions associated with end-of-life decommissioning aren't included.
Yeah.
What's your response on that point, please?
Yeah. So that's given in 7.7.19. So it says, with regards to decommissioning, DFT's Department for Transport, approach is not to include decommissioning, as decommissioning would not be assumed after a 60-year appraisal period. So it's not been included.
Thank you. So in all those respects, how consistent has your approach been with that set out in the TAD data book and the DFT guidance you've referred to?
It's consistent.
Two criticisms to deal with which appear in the rebuttal proof of evidence, please. So Ms Hurst's rebuttal proof of evidence.
Yes. Yes.
And can I ask you to start with paragraph 1.2? You've already explained the E to F update.
Yes.
And there is some criticism of that here and the effect that may have had. Just ask you, how, in your view, how appropriate was it to update from E to F in the way that you've done in Appendix C?
I think given that we've heard that we're all keen to have the latest information to hand as part of the inquiry, that updating the forecast, the emission forecast and the traffic information, so using the Series F is appropriate so that we have both of those factored into a reappraisal.
And then the second and final point here to deal with is at 1.3, a further concern about the linear recovery, so the linear profile. Is your answer the same or different to that point when we dealt with it a moment ago?
Yes, it's the same effectively. It's we're still relying on DFT guidance and their perception of or their advice or their emission factors that deal with that. So yes, still consistent.
Thank you. And then the final point is about a comparative exercise between the two. So can I ask you to go back, please? That's between our scheme and the CPPF alternative. Just go back to your proof of evidence and your appendices, please.
Yes.
You deal with this in Appendix B to your proof of evidence.
Yes. Yeah. Page 16.
That's right. Yep.
Is that PDF 16?
It is. So
Yes.
yeah, they match on this occasion. And when you're there, can I ask you to explain to the inspector what calculations have been undertaken in respect of the CPPF alternative on this page?
Yes, this is in response to the the statement that the CPPF alternative would have minimal carbon emissions. So an exercise was undertaken that is presented here that's before us right now, and that was to do a calculation of the emissions for the scheme and then compare them for the construction. These are just construction carbon, really. They are construction carbon. So comparisons made there. So it looks at the various categories, product stage and transport of materials, etc. So those life cycle stages on the left, and then does a comparison between the proposed scheme and the CPPF alternative, and then concludes that indeed the CPPF alternative would give rise to less construction carbon emissions.
What are the two figures we're comparing for that?
Yeah, so if you take the proposed scheme at 100%, then the CPPF alternative is 62%, and that's a phase one. So that's a particular area of the scheme.
Yeah, and there are a number of notes in the commentary.
Yeah.
What should the inspectors take from those notes in that commentary column?
I suppose it was based on the information that we had at the time. There are limitations as commentary provided in the appendix there in the right-hand column about some of the assumptions that were made in carrying those out. So you'll see it's less asphalt, less concrete pipe work. And that's partly because didn't know the quantum of or the work that would be required for some of those. So to take concrete pipe work, for example, 92% less concrete pipe work, so a significant amount, although overall it's probably not a huge amount, but taking that as an example, because that was an unknown at the time, then that wasn't so that was the assumption based on I think an uncertainty about the drainage. I think since then, looking at Stephen Johnston's submission and engineering, I think they've talked about potentially overside pipes for drainage. So I think it's been the best appraisal that was available on the information that we had at the time. But there's obviously a lot of detail to flesh out. But in the round, yeah. So there's. From a construction perspective, then the CPPF alternative is less carbon intensive for construction. What is an unknown perhaps is operationally what might be a carbon, what might be, I don't know, it's going to be better or worse. It will depend on traffic modelling and a revised carbon assessment. But if it's causing congestion and things like that, or rat running, then that could be an operational issue. That's conjecture, obviously, but we don't know. We've just looked at construction carbon because that's what's been raised.
And 2 points. The first one, if we, on the CPF alternative, we go down the route taken with Mr. Lonergan and cross-examination by Mr. Parker of adding in these drains, adding in all these different engineering solutions for the identified problems, what is that likely to mean for the comparative calculation of carbon here?
Yeah, the percentage would get closer to the proposed scheme.
Yeah. And finally, even on this comparative basis, if we just step back, does this indicate any cause for concern from your perspective in terms of the carbon impacts of the proposed busway?
No, I think obviously we'd like to have less carbon. They are carbon intensive, such projects. What I would say is that there are commitments to things like carbon management plans and various other things. And in my experience, when you start working with contractors for detailed design stage, and they are obligated to produce and work to a carbon management plan, then the predictions here presented are normally. I think they can be reduced, the carbon amounts in construction, because there's a lot of incentive in the industry these days to do that.
And finally on this one, is there anything in this comparative exercise which changes your conclusion in your Appendix C that there's a minor beneficial effect when you undertake your revised calculation?
No.
Right, that's topic 2. Topic 3 then, air quality. Can I ask you to go back to your proof of evidence, please? and within that you deal with this in your section 6, 6.2 specifically, which starts on page 25.
Sorry.
Yes, 6.2 on page 25.
Yeah.
And we can, there's quite a bit less controversy here, so just let's cut to the findings. If I ask you to turn over the page, please, to your page 26. What are the headline conclusions, please, firstly in respect of NO2?
So NO2, so no nitrogen dioxide.
Yeah.
So 6.2.10, that has NO2 concentrations are all well within air quality objective thresholds, and the impact of the scheme will have a negligible bearing on this.
Okay. Next, the headlines in terms of particulates PM10, please.
Yeah. So PM10, so particulate matter, the 10 is 10 micrograms per cubic meter. So so that well below the air quality objective thresholds. It's a conclusion in 6.2.11.
Yep. And then PM 2.5, please.
Where have I lost 2.5?
Is that your paragraph 6 to 11 again?
Yeah, sorry, it covers both. So PM 2.5 and PM 10 both show that they are well within or below the air quality objective thresholds. With where there are any increases, they are minor.
So in terms of air quality, are there any significant effects reported in the ES?
There aren't. The overall impact there are 3 times. So in 6.2.8,
Yeah.
it states that the impacts of the scheme on NO2 and particulates, so basically PM 2.5 and PM 10, will be generally beneficial, with 3 times as many receptors experiencing a decrease in concentrations of those pollutants as would experience an increase. What that does lead to an overall conclusion of not being significant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then finally, dust. Can I ask you to pick up, please, CD 11102?
I'll just have to pop back in.
Yes, which is technical report 2.
Yeah, CD
111.02.
Yes.
And dust, the assessment starts in your section 5 of this TR on PDF page 23. Can you ask you to go there, please?
Section 5, sorry, page 5. Did you
Page
say?
23, section
sorry.
5.
Right. 23. Yes.
And we get an explanation of the construction activities that have the potential to generate or resuspend dust in PM10s, and we get a list of those, and then some additional information, and then we get into the assessment of potential dust emission magnitude.
Yes.
And you work through demolition on the next page, earthworks construction, track out, lead into the table TR 2.5.1, and then you assess that against the sensitivity of the study area, which is the following section, starting at 5.1.12.
Yes.
Lead into a table on the next page, TR 2.5.2, sensitivity of the study area. And then we get another table on the same page, on PDF 26 still, risk of impacts, summary dust risk table to define site-specific mitigation. My question is, from having done that exercise of looking at the risk and the sensitivity and producing this matrix from that, how did that then get fed into the scheme design? So having identified those risks, what did you then do in terms of mitigation?
Yeah, so there will principally be around the wording and the requirements in the code of construction practice, where there is a requirement for the contractors to adhere to the draft code of construction practice, which I think is CD 126 from memory. And that there is also a requirement, because there's 2 local authorities at play, to produce a local environmental management plan, and that will deal with a lot of the mitigation measures that are, for example, set out in 5.3.10 of this document in front of us, so the technical report in front of us, will give those construction mitigation measures.
And overall, what's your conclusion in terms of significant effects for dust? Are there any significant effects?
5.3.11 concludes not significant following the implementation of the recommended mitigation measures.
Right. And in this context, there's a specific objective of concern, the Burfords. Can I ask you to go to CD 26.15, please? 26.15.
Is that the bit? I'm not sure. Sorry.
I may have given you.
No, you think you have, but I don't think I've got the right CD number because I've just got it down as. Oh,
if it was my fault, I apologise.
no, it will be mine. Let me just. Is this 2-page document?
That's right. Yes,
I've got that.
26.15.
Yeah.
And I just want to take you through the specific points.
Yeah.
Leave aside questions of the Quality Act and HRA. Mr. Cameron and I will deal with those in due course. But in terms of the recommendations that are being requested, so I'm on the second page here.
Yes.
First one is relocation of the route, so it's at least 100 metres from my home and garden. According to the IAQM threshold of significant impact. What's your response to that request, please? Is that necessary or justified?
So, just to note that IAQM is the Institute of Air Quality Management. So they have guidance for construction sites, and what they say is that the main area of impact is within 100 metres, or can be. Point probably to explain is it diminishes very quickly away from the source. So typically with both air quality and dust, there's a curve that is very high close to the source, but then it diminishes quite rapidly over distance. So 100 metres is getting at some distance from there, although it's recognised that prevailing wind and so on can have effects there. But in the round, 100 metres is the outer extent of that area. The house under question, the garden is, I think, 50 metres, and the house is 80 metres from the edge of the carriageway or construction works. Sorry, I don't actually know which one it is, but it's clear it's within that order.
Oh.
So the house itself, so is 80 metres away. So that's a good distance, and there is intervening. We could probably go on to the other measures, but it's a distance whereby it's in the zone, and you would probably need to just look at some particularly construction-related measures to take that into account as you go through to detailed design and construction.
And are they all measures that would be secured under the COCP and the LEMP?
They are, yes. There are commitments for the contractors to develop these, to liaise with local authorities, obviously not move away from any best practice, and so on. So
is there anything additional required in your view beyond what is already to be secured in those two documents?
Not really, although given if there is a sensitivity, this will be picked up through risk assessments, so dust risk assessments, etc. So getting an understanding of the environment, of the, I'll call them receptors, but the people in the vicinity, and particularly those at home. You appreciate that you're probably more transient in the garden, whereas in the home you're spending more time in the home. Take that into consideration as part of a risk assessment, and that will inform the mitigation measures that could be taken there. So from a construction perspective, they could be fairly standard, although sometimes you can do a bit more, and that will depend on the risk assessment.
The second bullet point, creation of a protective buffer zone.
Yeah.
Is that necessary or justified in your view here?
I wouldn't. It depends whether this is being taken as a construction or an operational.
Well, let's take each. So operational first. Any need?
Okay, from an operational, there is a drawing anyway that shows a cross section I've got the reference. It's C. I don't know whether to go down this route or not. Or you can just take my word for it.
Explain the point, and then we'll see if we can have a look at it.
Okay. So basically, this cross section, it shows the property, it shows the jungle, it shows the planting, the current planting. Well, the planting that they do have, the screening that's at the bottom of their property. It then shows the field across there, and then shows the scheme itself, so the boundary of the scheme.
Let's have a look at it now that you've described.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's give us the reference.
Shall I? Yeah, it's CD1. I've written 165. CD1 165. Does that sound right? Doesn't sound. I'm not sure if that sounds right. Let me just. It does sound very high. I think I might need to.
Isn't it 116.5?
It is. I've been suffering from doing that. Yeah.
Proposed site sections.
Yeah.
Continue.
I'll just get it myself.
7 pages, if you can help us. Which one?
Yeah, it's cross section 7, which is on page 4.
Just to
Yeah.
$16.05.
1605, I believe.
Correct, so 116.05.
Yeah. Yeah, it's proposed site sections, and then it's page 4, and it's section 7.
So page 4 is sheet 2 of 5, and section 7 is the penultimate section.
I think. Is that okay?
Just wait for the inspectors to get there.
I'm on page 4.
Page 4, yes. Section 7. It's the. Let's see how I can get you to the right one.
So section 7 is annotated at the bottom,
Yes.
and is the jungle, that's the property,
That's
is it?
the property, yes.
And is that the half the house that we see on the
That's
left-hand
it.
side?
Yes.
Right, so we can see it,
Yeah.
and just to explain again, by reference to this, we understand where the busway is.
Yeah.
You're making a point about intervening vegetation.
Yeah,
Just
so the
unpack that, please.
Yeah, so the current intervening vegetation is shown as a couple of trees that are not coloured in, if that makes sense. So you're looking to the left of the drawing. So there's the half the house, then the garden, then the current planting. Then there's the farmland, which is shown as existing grassland. And then you come to the scheme itself, and just proceeding through, there is low-level shrub planting. There's a swale. There's sorry, I'm having to zoom in a bit myself as well. Yeah, the planted swale, and then you get to the guided busway. What's a little bit difficult to see here, but it is right, is that in the zone where it says low-level shrub planting, there's a I'd call it a false cutting. There's a berm or something of that order. There's also a more pronounced one on the opposite side, so on the southern side. But there is an intention there, and you can see that on other plans as well, where there is basically a bit of a false cutting.
And what will the effect of these features be in terms of dust?
There might not be. So the screening, yes. I suppose it depends whether it's operational or construction. So for construction purposes, you could put up some sort of fencing or something like that. Operationally, probably much less of an issue anyway. But I suppose playing to the point in point 3, there are measures that are being put in there that do include raising of the ground above what would be the normal level, and some planting as well.
Yeah. And the final point is about risk assessment, which you've already addressed, because that will be part of the conditioning. So, stepping back then, having regard to all those factors, is anything required above and beyond the COCP and the LEMP in your view to address this objection?
Not in my view, providing that the dust risk assessment is obviously, acknowledging this, focusing on that, and then through construction, because I think this is where this would be more of an issue. That can be addressed, and there are many things you can do for dust suppression and ways to mitigate it through that phase.
Thank you. So there are my questions for Mr Saunders and his evidence in chief.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Saunders.
Good afternoon.
I want to focus my questions on the claimed carbon emission savings.
Yeah.
I reference the evidence of Ms. Hurst on behalf of CPPF. Just by way of context, I mean, Mr. Henderson referred to the binding targets in the Climate Change Act, and it's right, isn't it, that you claim a carbon emission benefit by way of a contribution to those legal obligations, albeit a very small one, as most individual schemes will be. But obviously, if the scheme doesn't make a contribute to the reduction in carbon emissions, then it will be detrimental to the United Kingdom achieving the targets in the Climate Change Act. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's also the claimed carbon emissions are also relevant outside the legal confines of the 2008 Act, because they are relevant to demonstrating whether or not the scheme complies with various development plan policies. I know that's not your field of expertise, but by way of context, that's right, isn't it?
I can imagine that there are policies that require that.
And it's a benefit which, when we come on to hear from Mr. Lewis, which he claims as a benefit in the planning balance. So again, by way of context for your evidence, it's relevant in that respect, isn't it?
Yes, if the point is that there's the carbon benefits and then there's a planning
and
compliance or otherwise with it.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
Sorry.
Relatively uncontroversial points. It's also relevant, isn't it, by way of background, because the emission savings are calculated to deliver an economic benefit, which are taken into account by other witnesses, but your evidence feeds into that analysis, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
And obviously, if there aren't any savings, then there isn't a commensurate economic benefit for those other witnesses to take into account.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the basic approach, I want to try and understand fundamentally how one goes about carrying out these assessments. Now, just briefly, the appendices to your proof of evidence, you've got some tables, and we're going to look at these in more detail, but just in terms of the headlines, so we looked at table 1, page 19.
Yes.
And are you there?
Yes, I am.
We'll look at the column results in a minute, but just in terms of the rows, the way it works is that the benefits are derived in various ways. The first of which is changes in general traffic, and as I understand it, that's an output from traffic modelling.
Correct.
Which describes how essentially individual vehicles move through the highway network.
Yeah.
And in broad terms, as I understand it, is it right to say that A, slower moving vehicles rather than faster moving vehicles emit more carbon, and B, there's an issue about vehicles having to slow down and speed up, because if they do, they emit more carbon? Is that why the changes in general traffic are important?
So different pollutants, and I know we're talking about carbon, but the different ones have very different profiles. If you can imagine a U-curve, effectively, different pollutants will emit more at perhaps a lower speed and a higher speed, and then there's, you might call it, a sweet spot in the middle where there's a right speed to be going. So it very much depends on where you are on that curve and what the traffic flows are. So you can have lots of changes in traffic across the network and average speeds, or however it's been modelled, and that can so that very minor. So it's not always the case that a lower speed is better from a carbon perspective. It just depends where that speed is on the curve.
Okay. But I'm just trying to understand you. Put it neutrally. It's a function of speed,
yes,
and also slowing down and speeding up.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
in summary why that row is important? Okay, and then modal shift to bus, I think that's quite obvious. That's people not getting in their cars and emitting, but rather travelling on the bus.
Yes.
same point, people not travelling in their cars. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that why you get the benefit? And then we have the net impact, which includes the carbon cost, as it were, of building the scheme, and plus mitigation in the form of planting.
Yes.
And then we've got the carbon payback period, which is obviously a different measure which you've referred to. Okay, that's helpful. So, it's right, isn't it? So let's start with changes in general traffic. Now, well, let me just ask you this. The fleet composition issue, which we've looked at, is important, isn't it? Because the composition of your fleet of vehicles in the United Kingdom, in terms of whether they're petrol and diesel cars or electric cars, is obviously very significant to the assessment, because the more petrol diesel cars you have, the more emissions you're going to have, right?
Yeah.
Now, does that feed into both the changes in general traffic figures as well as the modal shift figures? Or is the fleet composition only referable to one of those rows of in the table?
I have to say I don't know the answer to that, because it's traffic modelling and then carbon modelling. So I don't know. I'd have to probably check on the inputs there.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure you're going to get the answer from the traffic modelling, are you, to that question? Isn't that? I mean, I think I'm fair. That's a question for the carbon analyst rather than the transport modeller.
Yes, I appreciate that. Without knowing all the nuances of the two models and how they interact, but yes, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay. So you come back to me on that one.
I mean, intuitively, I'd have thought they'd both be included, but I would have to verify that.
Okay. Right, well, let's look at fleet composition, because obviously Ms. Hurst has raised a concern with fleet composition in terms of the data that you've used and the date of that data, and whether it's the most up-to-date data. She's raised a concern with you very fairly, and you've come back, and your position still to this inquiry is that you used the right data set at the right point in time. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's examine that, Mr. Saunders. I know things have moved on, and we're not at the ES stage, but you're here in accordance with your professional duties. It's a question of professional integrity. Let's look at whether you're right. The environmental statement we can see from the date of the document is November 2024. I think the actual environmental statement was maybe finalised in October 2024.
That's right.
That's when the final document was published, right?
Yeah.
But you carried out your original carbon assessment in May 2023. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, we see that if you want the reference, it's the appendix to your proof of evidence, page 18, point 1. I'm happy to take your answer, but I don't want to be unfair to you.
Yeah, sorry, could you just...
appendix...
Yeah, sorry, I think I've got the page, just wanted to check.
Page 18, you've got a summary of approach and outcomes. It may be elsewhere in your proof of evidence, but here you say, the original carbon assessment, May 2023.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it would obviously be good practice, would it not, to review the carbon assessment between May 2023 and the date in which the environmental statement is published?
It would carry on being reviewed. It's, I think, if something has come to pass and it has a sort of fundamental difference or makes a fundamental difference to the assessment, there might be new, and I'm not just talking about carbon, there might be new guidance or something that comes during the process. You would take a view on that, because often when you're doing, and again, not just talking about carbon assessments, when you're doing the work, you're reliant on traffic in the scheme, and then you do the assessment, and then from that flows the mitigation and the design and so on and so forth. So if something comes to pass during that process, you would take a view on how material that is to your assessment.
Okay. So you will have reviewed, you say, the carbon assessment that you carried out in May 2023 to see whether there were any significant changes in the underlying data which made a difference to the assessment before November 2024. That's an exercise that you or one of your team would have done.
Yes, it wouldn't have been me, but yes.
It would have been one of your team. You're confident that that's what would have been done?
I I would say so. I mean, obviously, looking across 10 or so different disciplines and knowing that things change over time, then team would flag that up and assess it. I'm sure.
Well, let's take even the original date of the assessment, May 2023. You say that you used the correct data set in May 2023 as the basis for your assessment, which fed into the environmental statement, yeah?
Yeah, that was the tag data 2022 that was referred to, yeah.
Yeah, from May 2022.
Yeah.
You've used the May 2022 data, yeah?
Yeah.
And we can see Mr. Henderson has already taken you to CD 111.06. We can go there again if you want. The technical report on greenhouse gases,
yes.
in which you give the date on which you accessed the data, being the 3rd of November 2022. So it's footnote 13 in that document, yeah?
Yes.
And if we obviously go to the archived webpage, we see what we see on the face of it. Yeah. But it's right, isn't it, that when you access that website, you will have seen that there were forthcoming changes regarding the fleet assumptions.
Yes.
Yeah. And we know as a matter of fact, but we can also see it in a reference in your appendix to the proof of evidence, that those forthcoming changes were then the subject of a November 2022 data book. Yeah?
Yes.
That's right. So that, I don't know we don't know precisely on what date that data book was published, but in any event they were published 6 months before you carried out the assessment in May 2023, yes?
I'm not necessarily carrying out the assessment, delivering the results of the assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you say the assessment was May 2023. The updated data in November data book was published in November 2022.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So when you carried out the assessment in May 2023, you didn't use the most up-to-date data. You used because you didn't use the November 2022 data, you used the May 2022 data, which was not the most up-to-date data.
Is that the forthcoming change to the tag data book?
Yeah, which we have agreed resulted in in a data book being published in November 2022.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I missed the question.
So just focus on the question, because you want to answer the question. That's the reason why you're here. When you carried out the assessment in May 2023, you didn't use the most up-to-date data, because the most up-to-date data had been published in November 2022, and your assessment was based on data from May 2022.
I believe that's probably correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when you say in your proof of evidence and your rebuttal proof of evidence that you followed the tag process,
yes,
you didn't follow the tag process insofar as you didn't use the most up-to-date data. That's right, isn't it?
I think, and I'm not sure, but is that the forthcoming changes?
Well,
because
we're
we've
going
said
back on ourselves, because it's described here, but we've agreed that it resulted in the November 2022 data book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you say you followed the process, Mr. Saunders, but you didn't, because you didn't use the most up-to-date data that was available at the time that you carried out the assessment. That's right, isn't it?
I believe we used the. Yeah, I think what I'm struggling with is whether that. I'd find it a bit difficult to speak on behalf of the team that did the modelling, but they used the tag data book that was right at the time initially, or proposed that one. That some changes came to pass, and they took a view that they were not material enough to change any forthcoming work. That's my understanding.
No, but I'm sorry, we're gonna be here a long time.
Right, I'll have another go at it.
Mr. Saunders, we're going to go round in circles.
Yeah.
You carried out the assessment, or I appreciate you may be speaking on behalf of members of your.
Yes, I am, which is probably why I'm having trouble. So anyway,
right, okay. Well, I don't want to be unfair to you. You know, if something crops up and you have to come back to us and say, oops, we'll hold our hands up, we made a mistake. That's fine. We're in the interest here of the inspectors having the most up-to-date information. But you say in your evidence you carried out the assessment in May 2023. At that point in time, there had been a data book published in November 2022, which you did not use. Or when I say you, I mean collectively you.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
Even though we're saying it is accessed on 3rd of November 2022, but
I'm sorry, it's a very straightforward question, Mr. Saunders.
Right.
Yeah? Do you want me to ask it another time? I'd just like an answer. You give evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, in your proof evidence, that the assessment that you carried out in respect of carbon was carried out May 2023. Yeah?
Yes.
That's what you say. That is one fact.
Yeah.
So hold that fact in your mind. It is another fact that you have agreed and that you have said that there was a data book published in November 2022. Yeah? You accept that? Yeah?
Yeah.
So that means when you carried out the assessment in May 2023, you did not use the most up-to-date data, which was the November 2022 book, because your May 2023 assessment is not based on that data. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to ask the question, the point that I need to get to.
Yeah.
It must follow from that, Mr. Saunders, mustn't it, that you haven't followed the appropriate methodology because you haven't used the most up-to-date data in the assessment that you carried out in May 2023. That's right, isn't it?
Even though my understanding is the fleet composition was the same.
Yeah, that's a different.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get. We're going to come on to the materiality of the difference.
Okay.
And Ms. Hurst has a very different understanding. I was hoping to get there about 10 minutes ago, so I didn't realise these questions would take so long. But can you just give me an answer to my question, please?
Yeah. Yes.
So you didn't. Thank you. You didn't follow. Guys, you didn't use the most up-to-date data. So then we look at the materiality of the point.
Yeah.
Now you say, but I don't. I mean, have you looked at the November data?
Not the. The whole data sheet,
Well, you have asserted that it wouldn't make any difference because nothing changed in November 2022. That is not going to be Ms. Hurst's evidence, and it's a matter of fact as to what the November data book shows.
Yeah.
But you must have you gave answers.
Yes,
in examination in chief. So you must have looked at the November data book to be able to say that nothing changed.
Yeah, I've asked for confirmation that the electric vehicle fleet is in that order.
Yeah. Okay. What about, because the key metric is the petrol diesel
Yes.
proportion, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Are you aware of whether that changed or not?
I'm not, because I know I was given the figures that 67% EV is the same, but I appreciate there could have been some change.
Yeah. Because what happened in November, and is the data book made significant changes to the proportion of petrol and diesel cars that were forecast to be part of the composition of the fleet by comparison with the May 2022 data. Yeah. And if those figures had been used in the May 2023 assessment, they would have made a significant difference to the amount of carbon that the scheme would save. Have you looked into that? You haven't looked into that?
No.
Okay. I don't want to be unfair. You look, if you feel that you haven't had the chance to look at this point and your legal representative...
I'll step in at this point, sir, because it's been pushed out. We've got this piece of paper today. We're taking a very relaxed approach from our side to let things in and just get on and deal with the substantive issues. Mr. Saunders has explained, in the time available, what his position is on that piece of document. We've looked at what Ms. Hurst has said, and everything that we've heard in the last 5 minutes is not trailed in either the proof of evidence or the rebuttal proof of evidence. We don't see what was in November 2022 compared to May 2022, any of that, or any of this line of question. And I've let it run, because it doesn't seem to be going anywhere anyway. But if we're now going to get criticisms of this witness for not knowing the difference between November and May 2022 on a document that's presented to him this morning, I've got to say that is unfair. And he should have a proper opportunity to deal with it, having been put on proper notice by Ms. Hurst in writing, not sprung on him in cross-examination like this.
That's what I'm very happy for Mr. Saunders to go away and refresh with his team the process that was undertaken. But the concern about the data that was used in support of the ES was very fairly raised in the proofs of evidence. Mr. Saunders has gone away, he's considered that concern, and he has then asserted in his rebuttal proof of evidence and in evidence today that he has followed and used the most up-to-date data. And we, in the short time that I've questioned him, we've established that that isn't the case. I'm very happy for him to have another go at looking at the data, but I'm afraid the fact remains that when the ES was published, the latest data wasn't used, and it would have made a material difference to the outcome. That's the point. Fairly, we make that criticism if the applicant wants the opportunity to come back and review the position and provide an analysis of what the ES would have said if the right data had been used. I'm very relaxed about that, and I don't want to spend time focusing on this because the applicant's produced a new assessment, and I would have hoped it would have been.
Well, so that is the point. We can put in a note. I'm happy to put in a note if that's required. But ultimately, what matters here is that the criticism made in writing and responded to by my witness in his proof of evidence is what difference does May 2025 make? That's the criticism that's made to us. We don't criticise about any earlier dates. Let's talk about May 2025, that's actually what matters here. If we need a note on the history, well fine, but it does seem to me that we're doing some archaeology on tag, when what actually matters, the so what question, is May 2025. But it seems to me that...
Are you content with that approach?
No, I'm very happy. I mean,
yes. I don't think from the exchanges I've heard now that there's any benefit in pursuing this line of questioning.
Right now, I would say it goes to professional judgment and integrity. It is a point that we've got the replacement assessment, and that's fine. I've put the point to Mr. Saunders. I'm very happy for him to come back to you, but we do have concerns about the approach that was taken. So I'll leave it there. I
think in effect the options are for either for a note or to
we'll simply do a note,
or to recall
we'll simply do a note. The figure's easiest recorded in writing. We'll do a short note and deal with it like that. But as I said before, let's talk about May 2025.
Now you've produced an updated assessment, Mr. Saunders. If you take up the appendix to your proof, page 18, we were on that page just before. If we go then to the table, table 1, page 19, you've helpfully explained what the columns in your table show. Now the May 2023 assessment, which was published in the ES, shows a figure of a saving of 30,960 tonnes due to changes in general traffic.
Yes.
And as I understand, that's based on modelling derived from the E-series CSRM.
That's correct. Yes.
And then you don't produce a column for what the figure would be had you used the fleet composition from November 2022 with the E-series model, do you?
No.
No. But there we go. You've chosen to produce the figure with the F-series model, which is the updated assessment using tag 2020. We should add May tag 2022, shouldn't we, to that third column? Yeah.
Yes, I think. Yeah.
Third column, May.
Yeah, that's the May 2022 column, and that is a figure of 56,950, and that's said to derive from the F series CSRM. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, that on the face of it is a very significant change in the amount of carbon which is said to be saved as a result of changes in general traffic. Yeah?
Yes.
You're almost doubling the amount of carbon simply through updating the CSRM from Series E to Series F. Yeah?
Yes.
That's right, isn't it? Now, if we want to understand why you say, or why you said in the ES that 30,000 tonnes of carbon will be saved through changes in general traffic, the best note that we've been able to find is in the ES main report, which is CD 1-1001.
Yes.
And it is figure 10.2. Which is on page
131 video.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as sorry, I'm not sure if this is the right reference. 2 seconds. Let me step away from the table. Just let me ask you the question. As I understand it, that the 30,000 figure from the change in traffic flows
Yes.
derives from the link by link data, does it?
Yes.
So the data in relation to the delays at junctions,
Yeah.
is that essentially where it derives from?
Yes, I think it's from the traffic model, and yes, and over a wide area. So whatever change that might be, that will have an influence.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take up. Sorry, I found the reference. If you can take up CD 11106, which is the technical report again. I think let's look at that in a little bit more detail.
Yes.
It's paragraph 5.3.4 of that document, where you give your explanation.
5.3.4.
Video 15.
And we
Yes.
see. Have you got that?
Yes.
So paragraph 5.3.4, you say comprehensive transport assessment report with more detailed explanations being prepared for C2C. Now, I think when you're talking about the transport assessment here, I think we've only ever seen one transport assessment which is submitted with the application. I'm not sure about that, but I think that was an earlier version of the transport assessment that was available. And you say link by link modelling provides analysis on the local transport system that will result from the scheme by reviewing the changes in traffic flow, speeds and journey time savings, and then you derive the 30,960, and then if final reference, I just want to ask you a question then. See, we've got the transport assessment from November 2024, which was the version that was submitted with the application, so that's CD 1-2501. If you can pull that document up.
I think I might have just CD 1-2501.
Yeah.
CD 1. Just bear with me. Yes, I have that.
You've got that, great. And then if you turn to paragraph 7.3.8, which is on PDF 40.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
Down at the
overall,
bottom.
yeah.
We're in a without making connections world, because making connections is not happening. And we see there the overall conclusion. We can come on, you can look at the detail if you want, but we see BC is very similar between do minimum and do something. Yeah.
Yes.
So the link to link data is saying that the outcomes as a result of the scheme are very similar. Although the C2C scheme does result in a slight change in the number of junctions operating with a VC of greater than 100%. Now, just coming back to the carbon assessment, why was there such a significant increase in the amount of carbon that would be saved, double the amount of carbon from 30,000 to 56,000 when you move from the E series to the F series?
I'm not sure of the reason. They take the traffic model and then apply it to the carbon model. So I understand what you're saying, that it's a function of flows and speeds and so on. But as to why the modelling output, and as I said, it's over quite a wide study area, so lots of subtle differences can make a difference.
Well, I'm not I'm not sure that's right. The transport assessment is derives junction modelling for a relatively narrow corridor. I don't think the transport model is dealing with any more than the junctions that it describes.
I'm not sure. I thought it had a much wider study area, and
okay. Well, fine. We'll put that to one side. But when you say you're unclear, I mean, it's your evidence that there is a doubling in the carbon that's being saved as a result of simply a single update to the CSRM model. I mean, when you say you're not sure, I mean, this is a matter within your expertise, Mr. Saunders, so it's a fair question for me to ask. If you don't know, where in the documents do we find an explanation for why there's an almost doubling of the carbon saving between those two series of models?
It doesn't necessarily appear in the document. When we've provided the updated appendices based on having the F series and the updated tag information. We've presented the results. It's acknowledged that the background and how that's derived is not there. This was to provide, the traffic modelling team would have done what they need to do and done their sort of due diligence, and the carbon team would have done the same and would have reviewed that. So, based on the fact that they do their layers of technical reviewing, etc., that's the output is what's before us.
So
I don't know the nuances because.
No. Well, when you say it's a nuance, it's a doubling of the amount.
Yeah, I think.
When you produced your rebuttal proof of evidence, and you did the assessment, did you notice that there was a doubling as a result of the changes? Were you not interested yourself to understand why, in May 2023, it was said that the scheme would save 30,000 tonnes of carbon, and now it's said to save almost 60,000 tonnes of carbon, which is obviously by far the most significant saving as a proportion of the overall saving. Did you ask yourself that question? Yeah,
I asked, and I did, because it is a change that's notable. I have got some a technical sort of background to this as to why it's changed, but fundamentally I understood it was a change in the traffic and a difference between do minimum and do something. I can't recall all the detail, I'm afraid, but it was I noticed it, I asked the question and was told that it was the transition partly from Series E to Series F.
Okay, fine. I mean, again, don't want to be unfair. You're not in a position to explain. If you want to produce a note that Ms. Hurst couldn't review, then again, I don't want to unfair you.
I think we'll go there because just to explain the obviously with all modelling, it's very difficult to know the inputs and the outputs. But my job is principally whether it be air, noise, greenhouse gas, whatever it is, to look at it, sense check it, and question it, and to own it, effectively.
Okay, just in terms of common sense checks, I mean, we've seen what the transport assessment says, that it makes a very slight change to the link modelling.
Yeah.
I mean, does it not strike you as surprising that in a world in which the transport assessments show such a slight change, the scheme is forecast to save such a significant amount of carbon?
I don't know whether without knowing the link between the traffic model and this, I couldn't say. So I think it's better that we do
Mr. Parker, you're going into questions that you've already asked. Again,
well, I mean,
we're going around in circles again.
Well, the first one was about the change.
Yes.
And the second one was about the ultimate output, which is the up-to-date assessment and the comparison with the transport assessment. I think I'm going to get the same answer to both questions. They're different questions, and I'll make the point on both the change and the final output. But I don't think this witness is in a position to.
So I let the question run, but you were taken to the TA at 7.38, the comparison between do minimum and do something. And then the question was put on the difference between the E series and the F series, but of course that's not right, because E series and F series is not do minimum against do something. So I just let the question run because it goes nowhere. But it's, just so you're very clear, don't want your notes being correct. Do minimum and do something is not E versus F.
No, of course not. But I think the inspector, you understand that so don't you, that one would run a do something and do minimum through first the E series and then the F series. I don't think there can be any possible misapprehension in that respect. But there we go. I've made my points. If Mr. Saunders wants to come back with an explanation in advance of Ms. Hurst giving evidence, we will review that. And then finally, again, different question.
Sorry, I was just about to say it's probably a good time for a break, but you just said finally. So
on this particular topic, and then I've got one topic.
Well, in that case, it's 3:15, so I think we'll have a.
Can I just ask my final question on this, or I mean,
okay.
Oh, no, I won't. That's fine.
No. Carry
On the assessment of carbon savings, and you say you take the outputs of the transport model, run them through a carbon model. How do you carry out a sensitivity test on these outputs?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, how do you sensitivity test the outputs from the transport model to make sure that the transport model noise is not affecting the assessment of carbon?
Yeah, I think in the team again will do sensitivity tests. I don't know the detail, but for example, on page 18 of Appendix C of my proof, it talks about a sensitivity test that's been run there, for example. So they do undertake sensitivity tests, and then that will give them some, I suppose, greater confidence about the model. Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry, sir. That is then a break in the topic.
well, I'll make it 17 minutes past 3, so we'll adjourn now and we'll resume at 3:30. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Saunders, I want to move on from the change in travel assessment to the point about what happens post 2050,
Yes.
which you deal with in your rebuttal at section 3.2.4. So I'll just give you a chance to turn that.
Oh, sorry. I've got.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but
Yeah.
just to remind yourself of what you say.
Yeah.
And you make the point that tag guidance tells you to assume that whereas up until 2050, diesel petrol cars as a proportion of the fleet falls progressively, and EVs as a proportion of the fleet rise progressively, suddenly at 2050, the tag guidance tells you that then those figures remain constant after that.
Yes.
And you say, well, that's what the tag guidance says.
Yeah.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that you also make clear at 3.2.4 that the tag guidance does give you another way of calculating what happens post 2050 by reference to the final two modelled years. And I want to come on to ask you some questions about that afterwards. But you say, well, follow the tag guidance, the figures stay constant after 2050. Now that is an option, obviously, in the tag guidance, but just to explore the consequences of that, I mean, you will ask the question, well, is it a criticism of you or a criticism of the tag guidance? I mean, it's very artificial, isn't it, this particular forecast, to assume that there is progressive reduction in petrol diesel cars and progressive increase in EV cars until a point of time at 2050, and then suddenly, you know, those two lines stop going up and down respectively, and suddenly start going in a straight line for the remaining period. It's artificial.
It looks artificial. Yes.
I mean, it doesn't look artificial. It is artificial, isn't it?
I assume they have a good reason for giving that guidance to continue post 2050 in that linear way, but yeah, it does look artificial. Yeah.
Well, when you say you assume they have a good reason, can you think of any good reason why suddenly trends which were progressing towards 2050 stop entirely and you just draw a straight line across after that point in time? Can you think of any good reason why you would do that?
Only insofar as the future is unknown, and there will be some non-EV vehicles still in the fleet. There are things about HGVs and uptake around those. And there's a lot in the media, even today, for example, about vehicles pushing back on the requirement companies pushing back on the requirement to produce just EVs and also electrical charging infrastructure. So there are reasons, but taking your linear straight point, if you like, then it does seem odd, but. It is tag guidance, and I've just set out what I think may be some reasons why why there will still be something in the mix.
Well, okay. Well, let's take those in turn. You suggest there were good reasons. Policy changes, people pushing back on the transition away from petrol diesel, away from EV, doesn't justify why you assume a linear progression of a reduction in the fleet until 2050, and then suddenly at 2050 you make a change to that assumption. What that would suggest is that you are forecasting a sudden abrupt change in policy at 2050. That's what that forecast would suggest, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that's not what you're suggesting, I don't think. No. So that isn't a good reason for why suddenly in 2050 the assumptions change, is it?
No.
This is honest. No. Now, in terms of that, there may be a residual sort of rump of petrol diesel cars in the fleet at 2050.
Yeah.
Again, that's not a good reason to suddenly at 2050 stop forecasting a downward trend in the proportion of petrol diesel cars, and suddenly in 2050 to assume that the proportion of petrol diesel cars remains constant, is it?
No.
No.
Sorry if I could just say it, but the decision will be what you do use.
Well, okay, but why would you not, and again, criticism of the tag guidance maybe, but why would you not continue to assume that the proportion of diesel and petrol cars as a proportion of the fleet continues to decrease along the same trajectory as you have been predicting over the past few years?
Yeah, because I think if it continued to decrease at that trajectory, it would very quickly come to zero, and that's not realistic. So somewhere between the two is probably the answer.
Well, I'm not sure it would very quickly reach zero if you look at the figures, and if you look at 2050 and the proportion of petrol diesel cars which are predicted to remain in the fleet, which remains constant to 2080, there is a significant proportion of cars within the fleet which are predicted to remain so in 2080, some 50 years after the sale of petrol diesel cars has been banned. Now that isn't realistic, is it?
It's not realistic, no, from a petrol perspective, I wouldn't have thought.
Okay, so fine, we might direct our concerns about the approach to the Secretary of State, but insofar as that guidance has provided the basis for the assessment that you've carried out, it must follow that the predictions that you're making, for example, in 2080 are not realistic.
I think
Just answer the question.
it's modelling that far into the future cannot be realistic.
Okay. So you accept that the projections that you have in your assessment are not realistic?
They might be completely accurate, but I just don't know.
No.
Yeah.
No. The question is,
Yeah.
you accept in your previous answers that the tag guidance was not realistic in its assumptions about the proportion of diesel vehicle cars in 2080 as a proportion of the fleet. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gave that. We're not going to go. You're not going to give a different answer now. Are you?
No.
So that means that insofar as your assessment is based on that guidance, your assessment is not a realistic prediction of what the position will be in 2080.
Yeah.
Fine. Very quickly on this, in light of your previous answers, Ms. Swans, but the other method foreshadowed in the DFT guidance is not to assume a linear continuation of the 2050 figure, but to take the final 2 modelled years and to continue the progression of the change between those final 2 modelled years. You refer to that, and I think the reason why you didn't do that is because when you take those final 2 modelled years, they are the same.
Yes.
And so you wouldn't see any change anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that fair? Now that's what you say, but of course the data that you're using is rounded data, Mr. Sawn. So if you, and I think that's a function of the fact that the table is being produced as a PDF. And if you extrapolate the PDF data and go to the raw data, you can actually identify a change between the final 2 modelled years. You're aware of that?
Sorry, sir, where is this?
Is this the...
Where is this in the evidence?
Well, Mr. Sawn's just answered the question, yes. It's a consequence of his evidence, and I'm asking him questions about the approach that he's taken.
I'm sorry,
we've
we've been really relaxed, but where does Ms. Hurst say, well, look, if you did this alternative calculation based on 2 years with different rounding, then we'd have a different output? Where is that? It's just not there, sir. This is unfair.
I don't think it's unfair at this stage. I'm prepared to let this question go.
Thank you. So, Mr. Swansea, if, as you have just accepted, you take the non-rounded figures, it would be possible, wouldn't it, to calculate a change which then you could then use to extrapolate beyond 2050, yeah?
Yes.
And that would result in a reduction of some magnitude in the amount of carbon that you would save, because you'd see a decreasing proportion of petrol diesel cars and an increasing proportion of EV cars. Is that fair?
Of some magnitude.
Of some magnitude.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Thank you. So that's what I wanted to ask you about post-2050, then very, very briefly, final set of questions, comparison with the CPPF scheme. I mean, I think you gave your evidence in chief, and Ms. Hurst has referred to it. It's right, isn't it, that there would be less embedded carbon associated with the CPPF alternative scheme, yeah?
Yes.
And you refer to the possibility of sort of extra large diameter pipes and those sorts of things, but in reality, I mean, CPPF disputes whether there's even going to be a need for them, but let's say you needed an extra diameter pipe.
Yeah.
The amount of embedded carbon in that diameter pipe is not going to be of such a magnitude that it's going to mean that the CPF alternative starts to approach the embedded carbon that would be within the GCP scheme, is it?
That's probably one area I highlighted as an uncertainty. Others would be around earthworks and so on.
Sure, but even accounting for all that uncertainty, it's not your position that the embedded carbon within the CPPF alternative is going to be anything like the embedded carbon within the GCP scheme. That's right, isn't it?
Anything, I want to say yes, but anything like.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to be. We've presented something where I'm trying to remember the figures. Maybe it's 30,018 or whatever. So that's where we feel is a fair reflection.
It's a fair reflection.
But yes, I agree that it's less.
Okay, and then in terms of operational traffic impact, I think in your proof, you referred to it in your evidence in chief as an uncertainty. I just want to touch on one point in your proof of evidence, which is at 7.4.7 of your proof of evidence, where you deal with operational effects.
7.4.
So it's on PDF page 50.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you say, in addition, from an operational perspective, the CPPF alternative highlights that there would be operational traffic effects.
Yes,
you see what you say. And I just want the reference that you give there is to CD 931 that you also taken to page 11, paragraph 1.4.3.
Yes.
So if you can just take up that document then.
Yes. So just logging back in.
Yeah, sorry, like all these things, it's a bit of a paper chase sometimes, but
sorry, just
no. 931.
931.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, just let me get there. Yes.
Page 11, PDF, paragraph 1.4.3.
Yes.
This is what you are referring to that gives rise to your concern that there may be operational impacts which increase carbon emissions through the CPPF alternative. I think you're talking about the third bullet point, which is a reference to inbound traffic flow control using traffic signals. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, I think that's what I was. Yes.
What you were referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, but of course, but I mean, just to make the point that concern that you raise in your proof of evidence is not that those measures which are being referred to there are not, as it were, part of the CPPF alternative, which is being examined in detail as in this inquiry. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. Yes.
So those operational effects that you are concerned about in your proof do not arise on the CPPF alternative as we have been looking at it?
Only insofar as now we have the CPPF alternative engineering design and that has, I might be incorrect about this, but it has a change in traffic speeds forecast and other things, so that could have some consequence, but we don't know what they are. Yeah.
Fair point, Mrs. Wans. Thank you. Those were all the questions that I had for you.
Thank you.
You want to go first?
Just a few things for you, please, Mr. Saunders.
Yes.
Firstly, can I go to page 15, paragraph 410?
Yes.
You may well refer me to somebody else, but you're talking about the effect on the trees in Coton Orchard.
Yes.
And you mentioned there that 3 veteran trees would be relocated.
Yes.
I just want to ask you how practical is that given the age of those and size of those trees?
So
It's all for Mr. Alder.
I was going to say, it is
Yeah.
covered in Mr. Alder's in some detail, Mr. Alder's evidence, and also in the ES addendum, but I think really Mr. Alder's
Okay.
proof of evidence would be the right place to go.
6.2.9.
Yes.
And I think you accept there that in some locations there would be an increase in nitrogen dioxide to receptors.
Yes. Yes.
But you don't identify the locations in your proof. I'm sure I could go elsewhere to find
Yes.
that, but can you
Yeah, that will be in.
tell the inquiry?
Yeah. If you just bear with me. It will be. So I think it will be in CD 11102. So that's technical report 2, air quality. I think there's a schedule in there. I'm just going into it now. I've got Appendix K model results. I'm going to try that
Okay.
to start off with.
What PDF page?
So that is PDF 93. Have you?
I'm on 93. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Appendix K is going to have us told us there are receptor IDs on it. I wonder if the easiest
Yes.
thing to save time is just to come back.
Yes, I'll do that because I'll have to check the receptors against the,
Yes.
or even clarify. Yes. Yeah.
And just moving forward into paragraph 6.3.11.
6.3. Yes.
You're talking about operational noise. I presume, given what's already been said about the services, that you'd accept that the times referred to there are not fixed. That they may vary, is what we've heard.
Yes. Yes.
But I think the position put on it earlier was that in terms of the environmental side of things, it's a worst case scenario that was put.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And probably you can see that Toby Lewis will be giving evidence on noise,
Yeah.
so probably help with that. Yeah.
Page 31, paragraph 6.5.10.
31, 6, 5, 10. Yes, I've got that.
Question about Coton Orchard.
Yes.
What is the basis for saying that the orchard is not managed commercially?
That was my understanding taken from the environmental statement.
So that's dealt with in Mr. Franklin's evidence.
Okay. Page 41, paragraph 6, 10.7.
Yes.
Quality of agricultural land. Again, you're drawing in information elsewhere in the ES. But you make the point that much of the land is best and most versatile.
Yes.
And they get those grades. Do you know whether that is generally true of the surrounding and wider area?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Thanks, Mr. Saunders. I've got no other questions, but I think we just need to confirm that you're intending to prepare a note covering two matters that were raised during cross-examination.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cameron.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I've got a third point, which was just a reference to the table we were just looking at in where Mr. Clegg asked you about locations, but the table's just got receptor IDs, so I think it's just clarifying where they are.
Yes. Yes.
So that's I don't know if there's 3 notes or 1 note with 3 points. I think 1 note with 3 points is probably better.
We'll probably do 2 notes. One on
Meet you in the middle.
one on air quality and one on GHG modelling. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Mr. Cameron.
No, it's
Oh, sorry, Mr. Henderson.
No,
Sorry,
it's fine. We'll do the note, but let's just deal with the point. Where does it get to? Right. The allegation is, look, tag's unrealistic, and here's these different ways that were put to you. First question: in your view, is it a proper basis for assessment to use tag for a scheme like this?
Yes, I find it difficult to stray away from standards on any particular environmental matter.
And has any party, including CPPF, ever criticised the use of tag at the scoping stage or indeed any subsequent stage?
No.
And has CPPF or any other party suggested any alternative guidance or methodology that you should use instead of tag?
No.
And can I ask you to pick up CD 518, please? CD 518 is not a document we've gone to in much detail yet, but it's the 2006 rules.
Yes.
And when you're there, if you go to, and there's a case I'll put in, it's about a porting image I lost, but it makes this point. If you go to Rule 11, please.
Is that page
PDF 20.
PDF 20? Yeah. Rule 11.
Yeah,
Yes.
and do you see 11.2?
Yes.
The environmental statement referred to in paragraph 1, so we all know what to talk about, shall. Scope and opinion is dealt with in A, and then look at B. Include the information required for reaching a reasoned conclusion on the significant effects of the works on the environment. Pause in there. In your view, does the environmental statement in respect to greenhouse gas include the information required for reaching a reasoned conclusion on the significant effects of the works on the environment?
Yes.
It wasn't suggested by Mr. Parker today, but has it been suggested to you at any other stage that the significance of your assessment of the significant effects in respect of GHG is incorrect?
No.
Keep reading in 2B. Take into account current knowledge and methods of assessment. If we don't use tag, are there any other methods of assessment that you're able to identify that are more appropriate?
No.
And if it's said that tag has some deficiencies in terms of its realism, is there any other current knowledge that you're aware of which could be taken into account instead of tag?
No.
So in your view, stepping back and looking at 11.2 being the round, as an experienced EIA practitioner, have you complied with that rule?
Yes.
Thank you. So they're all my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you.
When Mr. Saunders has cleared the table, it will be the applicant's next witness.
Yes, Miss Reason, sir, dealing with
Yeah.
bats. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry.
Hopefully everything's still open as I left it. Is it still working?
What have we done in the thermal imaging report recently? Jack, do you still want this thermal imaging report in? It has it, that's the point. Yeah.
It's somewhat disingenuous to say we want it in. It's a
No, I'm
report.
not saying that, but if
It's a report relied on by Ms. Reason. We asked to see it. We weren't initially provided with a copy of it. We were told we're confidential. We sent it around the houses. We then have now finally received a copy of it.
Yes.
And it may be that I asked Mr. Woodfield some questions on it. But yes,
if you're going to ask questions, it's going to be an inquiry document, isn't it?
Exactly. But insofar as Ms. Reason relies on it, it should be before you. It's part of her evidence, and she should produce it. But yes, I may do.
You brought it up as an issue.
We wanted to see it, yeah.
Yes, and then wanted to raise it with Mr. Woodfield.
Maybe. I don't know.
Again, late in the day, isn't it?
Yeah. We haven't. Miss Reason relies on it. It was produced at the request of Natural England, and she has referred to it. So only properly we asked to see a copy.
Yes,
of it.
I understand that.
Yeah. We suggested it should go in to evidence last week. Mr. Woodfield has tried numerous different ways to get the information from Ms. Reason. He's found it not that easy. He suggested it should go in last week. I'm not quite sure why it's only being raised now, but as I say, I don't need to ask Ms. Reason about it. Mr. Woodfield may comment on it. But
no, but if it's going in, of course it does, yes.
I don't have any objection to it going in at all.
No, well, we will accept it, but yeah, it would have been helpful, obviously, before the inquiry started. Right,
At the relevant point, I'll ask Ms. Reason just to talk you through it,
yes.
so you've got it from her side before it goes any further.
Well, we just need to check where it actually is.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Mr. Richards is dealing with that with the programme officer.
Right, and then as soon as the...
But if I kick that down in my questions,
please,
then we can come to it. Come to it later on when we're discussing surveys and the like.
Okay.
So with that out of the way, I'll introduce Ms. Reason by reference to her proof of evidence, please. Ms. Reason, if we start at your paragraph 1.1 where you set out the usual information.
Yeah.
Firstly, you're Paula Reason, you're Director RSK Biocensus, part of the RSK group. You tell us in the next paragraph that you have a first-class honours degree in zoology and an MSc in conservation. You've been a consultant for almost 30 years. You're a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, a Chartered Ecologist and a Chartered Environmentalist, as well as being a full member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. You provide advice on hundreds of development projects and you have a particular expertise in respect of bats. And in that regard, you've continuously held a Level 2 Natural Inland Bat licence or equivalent for over 25 years, many licences for development projects, and you are currently the named ecologist on the licence for the Burnwood section of HS2, dealing with Bechstein bats, and the complex mitigation that we've all read about in the press. And you're also a member of the Bat Advisory Group for the Norwich Western Link, a new road on pause, dealing there also with Sizewell, both of which concern Breed and Barberstell. And then the final paragraph, next two paragraphs which say you're the lead author of the CIEEM's 2023 UK Bat Mitigation Guidelines, you're on the Technical Review Board for the Bat Conservation Trust's National Bat Survey Guidelines, you're a driver and author of the recent guidance on large-scale housing maintenance in England following some experience with large-scale projects for the MOD, and you are finally a member of the Natural England's Bat Expert Panel, and you explain that involves providing expert opinion on Natural England's approach to bat conservation and regulation. Is all of that correct?
Yes.
Can I start by way of preliminary matters, just to ask you to explain please to the inquiry your appointment and your involvement in the project?
I was approached by WSP back in May because they were working through the representation that Natural England had made in January, and they'd had an initial meeting with Natural England, and I've worked with WSP on another scheme, the Norwich Western Link, and they thought my expertise would be helpful to them, and potentially with a view to appearing at this inquiry.
And can you just explain, since that appointment, what's your role been in respect of the project? I've
been working quite closely. Obviously, the initial starting point was to write the proof of evidence that's been submitted. But as part of that, I wanted to make sure that the scheme was something I could defend, and I also wanted to address very clearly the information that was in Natural England's representation. So as part of that, I attended the engagement meetings with Natural England and was a full part of the team writing the technical notes that were produced as part of that, and the presentations that were given to Natural England at that time.
Yeah, and in that regard, if we just quickly deal with the chronology before we look at specific issues and topics that arise. The starting point, the environmental statement in November 2024, and if we just pick that up, please, CD 11001. And within that, if you go to PDF page 113, please, it's ES main report, page 113.
Yeah.
And the section on BAT starts on 113 and goes over the page
Yeah.
to 114, and we get the ultimate conclusion in 8.3.
Sorry, Mr. Henderson, just give me
Yes,
the
of
version
course, sir. I was
again.
going a bit too quickly. 113, sir. There's a subheading called BATs. Did you see that, sir?
Yes, I do now.
And if you turn over, so you see 8.3.29, the conclusion on this issue, which are that significant adverse effects on bats are unlikely.
Yes.
And so just so we've got the chronology right, that's November 2024, Ms.
Yeah.
Reason. Is that before or after your appointment?
Absolutely before my appointment, but I thought the assessment was adequate, and I revisited the impacts in my brief and set them out with particular attention to the concerns raised by Natural England in their representation.
Yeah. And the other document linked to the ES with the same date is the Shadow HRA. Can I ask you to pick that up, please? CD 111.05.
Yeah.
111.05. And ask you to go to page 66 within that, please.
Yeah.
So I've given you. It's not 66. It's paragraph 7.2.37, which.
11105.
Yes, sir. That's the ecology section.
It's 11.05 TR 5.11. It's got quite a long.
Yeah, sorry, I should
Long
have read that
reference
whole thing
number.
out. So yeah.
TR5 point.
TR 5.11. It's the statement to inform the habitats regulation
Oh, right.
assessment.
Yeah, have you got that, sir?
Yes.
And within that, it was page 66. Apologies, it was. And on the middle of page 66, we see the subheading conclusion, paragraph 7.2.37. And so this is dealing specifically with the SAC. Considered to be no adverse effects on integrity of that SAC. Again, I take it from your previous answer that was before your involvement.
It was before my involvement, but I don't disagree with that conclusion, and this might be jumping the gun a little bit, but Natural England now agree with that conclusion.
Yeah, so that was before your involvement, both documents which you've reviewed. Then we get Natural England's representation on the 8th of January 2025.
Yeah.
We don't need to look at that just yet, but that's CD2 Rep 11. And what I want to ask you is about everything that followed from that. So if I ask you to turn to your proof of evidence, please, at paragraph 3.1.4. And that starts on page 8. And in 3.1.4, following over the page through to 3.1.8, you explain your engagement following that representation in January 2025 with Natural England. Can you just summarise what that process was, please?
Yeah, so if I just mention briefly, in their Rep 11, their representation, they mentioned 6 areas, habitats regulation assessment and the survey information that underpin that. They talked about lighting, the crossing point mitigation, areas of importance to foraging bats. They also mentioned coat and orchard, and talked a little bit about further surveys and analysis that might be done. So the series of engagement meetings that took place were scheduled according to that. So in January we had a meeting, or that was before my involvement in fact, there was a meeting in January to talk principally about survey effort and coat and orchard, and as a result of that and following my involvement we put together a detailed technical note showing how all the survey information had been collected and assessed and interpreted in order to drive the impact assessment and mitigation, locations and design. And those outputs from the meeting, the technical note and the minutes and the presentation are all part of my proof appendices in Appendix 3. Natural England then made a response to that, which is included in the minutes of June with our response against that. The second meeting was held in June 2025, and that was principally to discuss collision risk and landscape treatments, i.e. the mitigation that was required. And we issued a technical note in June 2025. Again, the minutes and the presentation and the technical note are part of my appendices to my proof in Appendix 4. And as I said, it included a detailed response to the information they gave us after the April meeting. And then the third meeting was held in July, and that was principally to discuss lighting, and the minutes and presentation for that are in Appendix 5 to my proof.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, keep going.
Then after we'd had those 3 meetings, it was clear that we were getting to a point where we had a lot of common ground, and really important part of that meeting was I don't think that Natural England, when writing their representation in January, had really understood the breadth and depth of the information that had been collected up until that point, and that was the purpose of Technical Note 1 and also the April meeting, was to explain the extent of information that had been collected. And the most important part of that is perhaps the radio tracking data that was collected for East West Rail. Just to explain briefly what radio tracking is, you track the bats, you put a tag on their bats, and you follow them to see where they go. And it's quite an invasive procedure. So given that East West Rail had already been trapping in the local area, it wouldn't have been appropriate to do that sort of level of intrusive survey for this scheme, being just the busway. But also it was possible to have a data sharing agreement and have access to that information. And I think that information has been critical to getting Natural England's agreement about there being no adverse effect on the integrity of the SAC.
Thank you, and we will definitely come back to that because it's important, as you say. But just to finish the chronology, we then get the position statement from Natural England, and I ask you to turn this up, please. It's CD 2907 and CD 2907.
Would you like me to read it, because it's fairly short and to the point?
Yes, if we're just focusing on the bullet points. So where are we with Natural England now?
Okay. They've said, following receipt of further information from the applicant, Natural England is satisfied that the applicant has given sufficient regard to the identification of foraging areas and the potential for Coat and Orchard County Wildlife Site to be a valuable foraging habitat, and the assessment of impacts on bats. They agree that the collision risk in respect of bats is acceptable, subject to securing appropriate mitigation. They're content with the mitigation proposed at this stage, notably the mitigation to be employed where bats may cross the scheme. However, Natural England required to be consulted on the final design and mitigation to be applied, i.e. at detailed design stage, particularly in relation to lighting, noise and landscape treatments, as well as on the adoption of an appropriate bat mitigation strategy. The final design of the mitigation to be employed will be informed by the results of the thermal imaging surveys that we discussed at the beginning, and which they now have. And it has been agreed that Natural England will be consulted on the final design of the bat mitigation. Planning conditions have been drafted by the applicant to Natural England to secure the mitigation required, and given the low risk of collision, the scheme should not materially add to existing levels of natural and anthropogenic mortality or compromise the favourable conservation status of the Eversden and Wimplewood SAC. Natural England are therefore able to conclude that, providing the necessary mitigation is implemented, there would be no adverse effect on the integrity of the Eversden and Wimplewood SAC as a result of the scheme. Which is a great position to have got to.
Indeed. So that's where we are with the overview. Let's just break it up now. Five topics. We'll do surveys, knowledge about the Barbastelle second, impacts third, mitigation conditions fourth, and then finally I'll ask you about the comparative assessment of the CPPF busway.
Okay.
If we start, please, with the survey information, and I want you to give an overview of what's been done in this regard. And can I ask you for that to go, please, to your proof of evidence, your appendices, and TN1, Technical Note 1, which is on PDF page 64. Within those appendices. Yeah,
and I think it's probably useful to go to actually table 1, which sets just above that on page 67, which sets out all of the surveys that have been undertaken.
Yeah.
So the surveys actually started back in 2017-18.
Just give me a moment to get there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, just hold fire for the inspector. So 64 is where the document starts, and your table that you're just referring to is on 67.
Yeah.
And it goes on indeed for a number of pages.
Yes, I'm not going to read it all out.
No, but once the inspector's there, can you just give an overview of that survey work, please? Just hold fire till everyone's on the right page. Again, sir, it's miss.
No, I've got the reference, but it's just loading with a different document.
Oh dear.
Perhaps it's just the title that's wrong.
Yeah, it's the title page.
The title page is wrong.
If you go to page 2, it's on this.
Yeah.
And 67, sir, is the page we're on.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem. And Miss Reason, can you just give an overview of that table and the survey effort that it shows?
Yeah, I won't read out all the surveys in detail because there have been a lot of them since 2017. But when we're scoping a project such as this, we want to understand where bats are roosting, where they're foraging, and how they're manoeuvring around the countryside. And so we do a whole suite of surveys looking at the suitability of trees to support roosts, the suitability of structures to support roosts. We look at how the linear features and how the network of those linear features and other habitats link the countryside, the landscape that they're moving through. And we do bat activity surveys to show where the majority of the bats are. And I'm going to use a couple of terms which we often use. One is the core sustenance zone. So the core sustenance zone is the area around a colony which is required to sustain that colony. And then the home range is derived from radio tracking. So it's after we've put the tags on the bats and have followed them, we use a mathematical process to work out where the area is that they use. And within that we have core areas which are most used. And so all of these surveys that were done over the 3 pages, including the radio tracking from East West Rail and the radio tracking from other publicly available surveys, plus all of the surveys done by WSP, were pulled together to create our understanding of how bats are using the local landscape and the area of the scheme.
And why is the East West Rail radio tracking data of such importance?
Because the East West Rail data allowed us to see how the bats that were in, well, first of all, it was the reason that we understand that there are bats in Madderley Wood SSI, because I don't think that they had been discovered before 2020. And also because some of those, and also there are bats at Hardwick, and they may be functionally linked, or actually linked to the bats in the SSI, into the SAC. So the radio tracking allows us to determine to what extent they are linked.
And overall, what is your view on the adequacy of the totality of the survey effort as recorded here?
I think the whole data set is adequate and I'm happy with it. I'm happy to defend it.
And can I just ask you to deal specifically with the new document, which I think that's the programme officer has already arrived. It's CD 29.18.
The thermal
which is
imaging.
the thermal imaging report. Do you want to just explain, please? This is a recently dated document. How did it come to be produced, first of all?
It came to be produced because Natural England were really keen on understanding how bats were actually crossing over the scheme, and we knew that they did cross over the scheme. We knew from the Bourne airfield radio tracking that they were crossing quite wide gaps over in the western area of the scheme, over the 428. But they also wanted to understand how the Madingley wood bats were crossing over the scheme and how important that was. So they asked us to do some thermal imaging surveys. It was sort of framed as an interesting point to understand in their representative 11, Rep 11, but it was also recommended specifically in their April meeting response, which you can find in the appendix to my proof. So we went out, I'm using the term we loosely because these surveys were organised and managed by WSP, went out with thermal cameras, and when you look at the thermal report you'll see that we had a couple of thermal cameras out, and those cameras were supported by static detectors. You're going to know more about bats than you ever wanted to know. So the static detectors record registrations from different species, and you take those that whole recording for the night, and we looked at the registration of the thermal imaging footage within 30 seconds of a Barbastelle registration. So you can tell from the static recordings which are the Barbastelles, and you look at the footage either side of that, which is going to include Barbastelles, may include other species. It was of particular interest next to Madingley Wood, because we had, over the 5 nights I think of surveys, there were 132 observations of bats crossing the scheme, and so we had quite a lot of information about what they were doing there.
That's the surveys, topic 1. Topic 2, knowledge that we gained from those about Barbastelle. So I asked you that there's obviously a number of different woods and wooded areas to consider, but just in a general terms, what are the key points in terms of our knowledge about Barbastelles and their behaviour locally?
I think our knowledge of Barbastelle has increased massively over the last 10 years, because I was involved in Sizewell 10 years ago, and we were talking about how barbs were behaving in East Anglia differently to how they behaved in Sussex, where all the original work was done. But now our technology has improved significantly, and we can pick them up more easily. We are actually picking them up pretty much everywhere. They're still important, they're still rare, but their populations in East Anglia seem to be quite robust, and slightly less anecdotally I've set out my evidence for the assertion that their population is robust in this area, and in fact throughout East Anglia, in Appendix 1 of my proof. If you go to Table 2 of my proof, which is on page...
Are we in the appendices?
If you go to the proof itself on page 12, there's a table which gives the local counts for the woods in which Barbastelle have been recorded in the last few years. And this is against a background of really thinking that they were much less common than they were, and the conservation objectives for the SAC talk about a population of I think 11 to 50 bats, something like that, 11 to 54 bats. But at that point we didn't know about bats in Madingley. I'm not sure we knew about bats in Hardwick. They're appearing in other bats. There's another colony to the southwest of the scheme. So there are more Barbastelle around than we think, and that's very good. That's very helpful.
Although you said that they were quite robust in East Anglia, I think earlier you said they were still rare. Is that
Barbastelle are considered to be rare?
Is that nationally?
Nationally, yes, and then, some of the other species that we have millions of individuals, and clearly that's not the case for Barbastelle.
And are they rare compared to other bats?
They are one of our rarer species, yes. They're on Annex 2 of the Habitats Directive because they're rare probably throughout their range. They've got a pretty wide range, but they have very specific habitat requirements, and therefore you're not going to find them everywhere.
Right.
I just want to focus in on a number of locations. So firstly, Madingley Wood, triple SI, the first row of your table there. What do we know about that wood and the population of Barbastelles in respect of that area specifically?
Okay, so the home, again from the East West Rail radio tracking data, the home range and the core foraging area for that population kind of stretches north from Madingley Wood, but there is a core area which stretches over the A1303, and it actually touches, I guess, just on the scheme boundary. So if you imagine a circle that's their core area, it covers the current A1303 and touches on the scheme a little bit further south. And Madingley Wood is, when you think about how the Barbastells are using the wood, they won't just be in the triple SI, they'll be in the triple SI, they'll be in the vegetation between the triple SI and the road, which isn't very wide. They'll be using the linear features which come away from that scheme to the east and west, and they'll be crossing over the road. And in fact, the canopy in places is almost touching. There's sort of almost 5 to 15 metre gaps, and that's where we were doing the thermal imaging surveys. So there was a lot of bat movement in that canopy. And I said to you earlier that the Natural England said finding out exactly where the bats are crossing the A1303 near Madingley Wood could provide evidence for not widening it if the closeness of the tree canopy over the road appears to be an important factor in allowing bats to cross at a safe height above the road.
And what's the answer to that hypothetical? Is it an important factor?
I can't say with certainty that the closeness and the height of the canopy here is what's helping the bats to maintain a safe height, because we know they're crossing wider gaps. But they are doing so here in number. And I've said we had 132 bat observations. That isn't 132 bats. That's observations of bats in that area above the A1303. Most of them are above vehicle height, and therefore I think any change there is a risk. So I can't say that they wouldn't carry on flying at height if the vegetation was changed. I would be worried about removing those trees, and I notice in Dominic Woodfield's proof he talked about some of those trees on the other side being removed, and we know bats are coming across the scheme and using the habitats there to go further south. It's also really, really close to the breeding roost, and therefore there will be juveniles learning to fly in late summer, and therefore they could be more at risk. Well, they would be more at risk flying close to the road, flying over the road as they're learning to fly and becoming more manoeuvrable and experienced. So I don't think we could say that removing the trees on the other side of the road would be either neutral or beneficial. It certainly would be a risk, and I can't put a percentage risk on that, but given the precautionary principle, I think the first step of the mitigation hierarchy would definitely be to avoid messing around with the vegetation here.
Right, and we'll come back to that in the final topic in respect of CPPF, but just one other wooded area to ask you about now, please, which is Croton Orchard. What do we know about that and Croton Orchard?
Well, Croton Orchard figured a lot in early publicity around the scheme, I think, and one of Natural England's suggestions that it could be important for early Barbastell. So Barbastell doesn't tend to come out, hang around under their canopy woodland, and then go off to other places. And because Croton is not immediately close, but close-ish, there was a suggestion that they'd leave their home woodland and go to Croton Orchard. Now, the data we already had for Croton Orchard did not suggest that to be the case, because bats weren't turning up there early. And the data from the thermal surveys has also suggested that they're not doing that. So they're not heading off, they're not coming out of the woodland until it's almost dark after sunset. So I don't think that Croton Orchard is providing that early shade. I'm not saying it's got no value to bats. It's been designated as a county wildlife site for its invertebrates, which is great because that's what bats eat. Barbastell may not be making a huge use of it, but other bats will be. The dense area at the eastern end of Croton Orchard is probably less value to Barbastell because they don't like feeding in clutter, they're edge feeders, and the more mown areas will have less invertebrate prey, so they will be of less value. But I think that we've given enough attention and understanding of the value of Croton Orchard, and Natural England have agreed that in their position statement.
And then finally, what is your view, and I have in mind particularly your paragraph in your proof of evidence at 5.1.8, what is your view in overview about the relationship of these different populations with the SAC, if at all?
Yeah, so we haven't, the radio tracking has not found any link between the colonies. So I think I've already mentioned that bats switch roosts quite a lot, and if they switch roosts between areas used by what looks like two colonies, they're probably the same colony. But we haven't seen that. We haven't seen bats roosting in one area and then another area, indicating the colonies are linked. But they are sharing some foraging resources. So they were treated as linked. So they were looked at as if they could be important. We also don't know where they swarm in the autumn to mate, or no, we don't know where they hibernate. So again, we've treated them as functionally linked. But if we come to the conclusion that we don't have a residual effect on the bats at Madingley Wood and Hardwick Wood, it's hard to see how the scheme could have any impacts on the integrity of the SAC, and Natural England have agreed that to be the case.
Right, so that's topic 2, our knowledge about how they're operating in the local area. Topic 3 then, impacts. Can I ask you to turn forward in your proof of evidence, please, to PDF page 14, it's internal page 14 as well. And you've got a number of bullet points at paragraph 6.1.2 and 6.1.3, and I just want to take those in turn. So if we start with construction impacts, the first bullet point, loss of roosts through removal or disturbance from construction activities. What's your assessment in respect of that issue, please?
I didn't think that could possibly be a significant impact, because direct roost loss is going to be a very small proportion of the roost resource, and that's really even considering all bats, because most of the barbs are going to be in the woodlands, which aren't going to be affected.
Right. The second bullet point is fragmentation of the landscape. So this is construction, I should say, fragmentation of the landscape through loss of commuting routes. What's your assessment on that bullet point, please?
So I think I explained slightly what fragmentation was. So some bats are more reliant on linear features than others. Linear features give protection from predation, they give protection from wind conditions and provide a bit of shelter, they might produce food, but they're also thought to provide navigation links around the countryside. So it's how bats get to productive foraging areas. So if you make a hole in that, a break in those linear features, you could find, in theory, that bats find it more difficult to get to their optimal foraging areas. And that could come if you take a chunk of it out, or if, for example, you have some extra light and it's a light averse species. But I don't think Barbastelle would be significantly affected by that, because the landscape's already fragmented, because we've got these major roads in, the A428 and the A41303, and we know that bats from our thermal surveys and from the radio tracking are always crossing those big roads. And in fact, Barbastelle are a pretty robust bat in that they can fly 20 kilometres in a night and back to go out and feed. They're more commonly going to fly about 8, but it's still a large number of kilometres, and they can fly at 50 kilometres an hour, which sounds ridiculous, but they're capable of doing that. So I don't think Barbastelle would be affected by fragmentation, and in fact Natural England's own document on the favourable conservation status of Barbastelle says that major roads are not a barrier.
Are they less dependent on linear features as navigation aids?
They must be, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to cross roads that are 20 metres, 30 metres, 40 metres in gaps.
The third bullet point is the loss of foraging habitat as a result of construction.
Yeah.
Your view on that particular potential impact, please?
It's pretty limited in relation to the core substance zone of a Barbastelle. So I talked about the core substance zone being the area required to sustain a colony. For a Barbastelle, it's considered to be 6 kilometres. So if you multiply that up, that's a large number of kilometres squared, 100 kilometres squared. And so the busway is not actually going to take out much territory. And if you look at that in relation to the net gain proposals, it's easily addressable. And that we showed something, again using the term we loosely, in April Natural England was shown figures pre-post foraging habitat for Barbastelle, and there isn't a net loss of foraging habitat, so I don't think that's an issue. We can talk about mitigation for that in a bit.
Yeah, and then moving on to operational impacts, and so there may be some overlap with what we've already talked about. But the first one is indirect loss of roost through disturbance or abandonment. Your view on that?
Again, it's likely to be minimal and couldn't possibly be significant.
Indirect loss or degradation of foraging habitat.
So you could lose foraging habitat because they don't want to use it because it's lit, but we know most of the scheme is going to be unlit. You could use it because of changes in management are unfavourable, but that's not going to happen. There are there's mitigation for the amount of habitat that's going to be removed and replaced. So I don't think the loss of foraging habitat is through changes in management or lighting is going to be a significant impact either.
Third bullet point then is fragmentation of the landscape through the barrier effect of the new busway. What's your view there?
Well, we've kind of talked about that already. I think that the barrier effect through operation is like moving those things, fragmenting those linear features by removal during construction, and for that to be a more persistent effect. But again, it's not going to be a significant impact, and we have put in mitigation on a precautionary principle anyway.
And I just want to ask you at this juncture about solar studs.
Solar studs.
Mr. Baker referred to them, I think, a couple of times. Are they something that you've considered in the preparation of your evidence?
It was mentioned when we talked to Natural England in July. Joe Baker mentioned the solar studs along the track, and interestingly, the person who was doing the lighting presentation with us, the lighting expert, had actually had involvement in a scheme using solar studs in Worcester. So if you go to the lighting guidance, the BCT ILP, Institute of Lighting Professionals guidance, 2308, you'll see that there's a case study at the back, I think it's on page 40 or 41, where they talk about these solar studs, and they were put in because they had lesser horseshoe bats, which in my view are more light averse than barber style. They were in the cathedral, and people wanted the river walks lit for the public, and there was a bit of an issue with lesser horseshoes being able to get through the landscape to the river, and they used these solar studs, and the lesser horseshoe bats seemed to be quite happy with that. So I really don't think that the solar studs are going to be an issue here.
And how are those solar studs kind of set up in order to deal with bats? Are they calibrated in any way, or are they just ready as they come?
I think they're just really, really low level. They're really just way markers, and they're not lighting as such, and I think Joe made that point earlier.
Yeah. Fine, and then the final bullet point to finish off on our list was mortality from collisions with buses.
Yeah.
What's your view on that specific point, please?
Well, I have to say that there isn't a method an accepted method for collision risk, although various people have had a poke at it. So what we did is we looked at the period that buses were operating, we looked at how that overlapped with the period after sunset when bats could be active, and then we incorporated the data that we had for how many bats, not how many, I'm not talking about number, how active bats were within the orchard, and we came up with a calculation which showed that the collision risk was low, and that's not surprising because there aren't very many buses and there's a relatively short period of overlap, and we weren't even considering behavioural things such as whether they were in or below the risk or above the risk height, or whether there'd be any avoidance behaviour. It was still low, and Natural England have accepted that method of collision risk, so we're all happy with that.
Okay, so they're the impacts. Topic 4 then is the mitigation and the conditions, and we'll just deal with mitigation first, then conditions at the end. You deal with this at your page 21 of your proof of evidence, and I'm just going to take you through a number of these points and ask for your view. So firstly, addressing roost loss and roost-linked mortality. What is the mitigation there?
I think it's fairly standard. When trees need to be removed, they'll be resurveyed, they'll be taken out carefully, and there'll be mitigation in relation to all of the roost features which will be lost. And that will be set out in the landscape and ecology mitigation plan, management plan.
The second subheading here deals with fragmentation of the landscape. What is the mitigation there?
Yeah, so that's what we are calling, what have been called landscape mitigation treatments. They'll be put in at 8 locations, and those locations were pulled together from all of the survey information that we had, and the rationale for those is included in Technical Note 1, Section 7, so that's in my appendix to my proof, page 80 to 87. We pulled together all of the information from all the different techniques that were undertaken and worked out where to put landscape treatments. And it was fairly precautionary, I would say. So wherever a barbastelle was crossing from the radar tracking, or where people were doing manual crossing point surveys and at least barbastelle was collected, or where there were 10 registrations for more common species, or we recorded at-risk species. So those at-risk species are species which tend to feed in clutter and be more reluctant to cross wider gaps. And then also we looked at where the barbastelle's home ranges and core foraging areas were. So a huge amount of criteria fed into where they would go. And then those features were designed according to best principles, so you put them on flight lines which already exist, and you make sure bats don't have to change their flight height too rapidly to get over the busway, and they take in inverted commas bats that height over the busway. And the other point about them is that they'll either be unlit or protected from lighting.
And in this regard, although CPPF shy away from alleging an adverse effect on integrity, they do raise an issue about the efficacy of this mitigation. So can I ask you to pick up your rebuttal proof of evidence, please? And within that, can you go to PDF page 12, which is technical note 4.
And just check it, I've got the right one. Yeah.
And the background helpfully explains, as part of your rebuttal, deals with a point that Mr. Woodfield makes in respect of the comparison. We'll come on to that, but specifically the passage that you quote from his proof at 6.1.10, essentially he is doubting the efficacy of such landscape mitigation as a form of mitigation to be included. The final sentence of that quote, stark absence of proven efficacy. And then he goes on in the same paragraph, and you quote it below that he says Natural England also continue to have fundamental concerns. Let's deal with that last point first of all. Do Natural England continue to have fundamental concerns about your proposed landscape mitigation?
No, they've accepted the principles of the mitigation, and I would also say that while there is concern about this type of landscape structure, which some people call as hopovers, being used for wider roads, in fact the European guidance which people go to in this scenario shows that they can be reasonable for gaps of up to 20 metres, and the gaps, the 20 metre gap is the absolute maximum likely gap for the busway, and it will be less than that in places, and also the canopy will grow over and touch, so it'll be even less than that in most places. So I don't have an issue with that.
Right, so not only Natural England now satisfied, but on the point of efficacy, do you agree that there's a stark absence of proven efficacy for this
No, I
mitigation?
think there's a stark absence of efficacy of those features if they're used for wider roads, and they probably shouldn't be used for wider roads, but I don't think it's a problem for these narrow gaps. And also bear in mind that when we're talking about efficacy, we're talking about efficacy for a road, and this is a busway with intermittent buses on it, so I don't think we're talking about the same sorts of situation.
So just unpack that a bit more. Why is that distinction important?
Because the collision risk is very low. So the mitigation is designed in part to reduce mortality, but the mortality risk is very low, and it's also designed to maintain connectivity in the landscape. So it's put in a precautionary principle.
Thank you. So put away your rebuttal proof. We've got two more pieces of mitigation to deal with. The first, just returning to your proof onto page 22, is mortality during operation, and you've touched on this a little bit.
Yeah.
But do you want to just summarise your position on the mitigation for that issue, please?
Well, the landscape mitigation treatments are designed to keep bats flying at height to reduce the risk. But when we did the collision risk assessment, that was in the absence of any landscape mitigation treatment. So the collision risk without any mitigation is already low.
And then finally, the loss of foraging habitat on the next page, your page 23, the mitigation in respect of that issue.
Yeah, so Natural England raised some concerns about the value of Coton Orchard in particular and its moth biomass, and there were some moth surveys done, and the species of moths were identified, and the larval food plants for those moths were identified, and they will be part of the mitigation strategy, the landscape mitigation strategy. So there will be in some enhanced foraging resources for bats as a result of that, so I don't have a concern about loss of foraging habitat.
And we have a series of conditions from Natural England made their way in, as we know, through their representation and their latest position statement. And so we've got a session on conditions, so I'm just going to give you the references, if I may, rather than get Miss Reason to talk through each one.
Oh, good.
8, 9, 18, 19 and 21, and we'll come back to those, of course, at the round table. I'll just ask Miss Reason on them generally.
Just check I've got the numbers right, Mr. Henderson.
Yeah.
8, 9, 19 and 21.
And 18, sir. 8,
And
9, 18, 19, 21.
18 as well. Thank you.
Yeah. And Miss Reason, you've just explained where do those conditions in their form that we now see, and what's the process that's led up to those?
They came out of all of the stakeholder meetings we had in April, June and July, and Natural England expressed where they would like to have further input at detailed design stage, and it turned out that everything that was a residual concern could be dealt with at residual design stage. So that's the purpose of those conditions.
So is all of the mitigation that you've just talked through secured by those conditions?
Yeah.
Right, so that leads then to two overarching questions before we move on to the alternative scheme. Firstly, are there any significant effects for the purpose of the environmental statement on bats?
Nope.
And secondly, what's your conclusion in respect to the SAC and whether or not there will be an adverse effect
I
on the integrity of that?
I agree that there won't be an adverse effect on the integrity of the site.
All right, and now that Natural England have agreed that, do you understand any other party to disagree with your conclusion on that particular issue?
I don't think so. Their concerns were raised in light of what Natural England has said in their representation, but I think that's pretty outdated.
Right,
No.
thank you. The final topic then, topic 5, the comparative assessment with the CPPF busway. I should say it's really their comparative assessment, but can I ask you to go in your rebuttal proof of evidence, please? Now, rebuttal proof of evidence to paragraph 3.23.
3.23.
I should say you find that on page 4. And we're dealing with a number of points made by Mr. Woodfield in support of his comparative analysis, and the first, which you quote at 3.2.1 on the previous page, is the suggestion that the habitat loss impact will be different and that might have a consequence for bats. What's your response on that specific point?
My view is that since there isn't a material significant impact of habitat loss on the GCP scheme, then any minor differences between the two schemes aren't material.
The next point, sticking with your rebuttal proof, please, going to 3.2.7 and 3.2.8, which is on the next page. And this comes from a series of paragraphs dealing with the triple SI and the proximity of the alternative scheme to the triple SI. What is your view, please, on that issue on a comparative basis?
Well, I think we've already talked about the edge of the triple SI to the A1303, and that it would not be a good idea to manipulate the structure of the vegetation around the edge of the triple SI.
And would that difficulty arise in respect of the GCP scheme?
No, because it's further away and it wouldn't affect that vegetation.
Moving on to the SAC, Mr. Woodfield essentially piggybacks on some earlier representations by Natural England. But on a comparative basis, in terms of effects on the SAC, is there any material difference between the GCP scheme and the CPPF alternative in your view?
Well, I think the statement, the position statement that Natural England have released has only been released in relation to the GCP scheme. I think it would be unwise to assume that they would make the same conclusion in relation to a scheme which goes that close to Madingley Wood and the breeding bateau.
Why do you say that? Just unpack that a bit more. Why would it be unwise to make that assumption?
Because I think they will see that as a greater risk, and I think I read out the phrase that they said that if bats are crossing at height, then that would give an argument for not widening the scheme there.
Ms. Reason, which site are you talking about?
Madingley Wood,
I
The
don't
triple SI, sir.
the triple SI.
I thought you'd moved on to the SAC, Mr. Henderson.
I have, sir, and I'll ask Ms. Reason to clarify. Why is the relationship? Well, let's just take it in stages. I've asked you about the SAC.
Yep.
You responded by raising concerns about Natural England's approach to the triple SI, Madingley Wood. Why have you done that in respect to the SAC?
Because we have treated those populations as functionally linked.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you've treated them as being functionally linked, and Natural England are raising concerns about that triple SI, Madingley Wood triple SI, let's just take it very simple baby steps.
Yes, then they may not provide their same comforting statement that there wouldn't be an impact on the integrity of the SAC.
Thank you very
That
much.
would be a matter for reconsultation.
And has any of that been undertaken either by CPPF or indeed any other party to make good those concerns one way or the other?
Not that I'm aware.
No. Just bear with me one moment, there's a document just in that regard. Yeah, can I ask you to pick up, please, CD 931, which is the engineering assessment.
Which document is that, sorry?
The engineering assessment of the CPPF alternative scheme, July 25.
Did you say 931?
That's right, yeah. Can you go within CD 931 to PDF page 68?
Yeah.
And can I ask you to look on, that's a letter dated at the very top, 22nd of January 2018 from Natural England. Are you there?
Yeah.
And it's a letter back into GCP from Natural England dealing with the Better Bus Journeys Phase 1 consultation. And can I ask you to look at the fourth paragraph? It is also important to note, and just read that to yourself.
Yeah.
And then if you turn over the page, you'll see that's developed under the subheading Route Options A and B on PDF page 69. Do you see that?
69, yeah.
And can I ask you just to read to yourself what's said in those paragraphs? How consistent are the concerns that Natural England has expressed there about online options adjacent to the triple SI with the concerns that you've just expressed in your last answer to me?
They are consistent with it. The one thing I would say is at the point that Natural England wrote that, we did not know that there was a breeding colony of Barbastelle in Madingley Wood, and therefore I suspect if we were to ask their opinion again, they would add to those concerns, because those related really to air quality and other environmental issues.
Yeah. Okay. With that in mind, can we turn to Mr. Woodfield's proof of evidence, please? And can you go to his table 2 on PDF page 38?
Did you mean table 2 or table 3?
I said table 2, but I think I meant table 3 because that's what's on page 38.
42 PDF.
42.
Yeah.
You mean the comparison table?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Table 3 comparison, thank you.
Yeah.
So just take each of these in turn.
Yeah.
Direct loss of foraging habitat and food sources. Any material difference on that?
No, and I think we can deal with direct loss and indirect loss together, because as we said, if there's no significant difference from the GCP scheme, then a minor difference with the other scheme is not material to a planning decision. Yes, they might be slightly different in magnitude, but it doesn't matter if the one with the greater magnitude is still not important.
If we turn over please to the next page, the next one is impact on landscape scale, connectivity and known commuting routes. Is there any material difference there in your view?
Yeah, again, we've talked about fragmentation and connectivity, and I don't think it is going to be significant, but in any case we have mitigation put in which Natural England have accepted.
Next one, risk of direct mortality, collision or backdraft. Is there any material difference in your view?
Well, you'll have buses on both schemes, wherever they are, and the collision risk from the scheme that we have assessed is low.
Yeah.
And Natural England have accepted that collision risk.
Yeah. And is there any suggestion it'll be lower on the CPPF scheme?
I don't see that it would be, because you're just talking about bats and buses being in the same airspace.
And the next one's sustenance zone. Is there any material difference in terms of land use change in the roost sustenance zone in your view?
No, I think that's pretty much the same points as in rows 1 and 2, to be honest. It's said in a slightly different way.
So the overall conclusion, it suggests that the CPF scheme is in some ways superior from the perspective of bats and the SAC. Is that a view that you share or not?
No, because I don't think there's a risk of an adverse effect on the integrity of the SAC from the GCP scheme, and I think that the alternative scheme is very close to Madingley Wood and cannot possibly be said to be neutral or possibly beneficial, as has been suggested.
Right, thank you very much. Ms. Reason, there are my questions in examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Parker, coming to you next. It is 5 o'clock, and we would normally be coming to a close. I think your time estimate is relatively short.
It was relatively short, but I dated the inquiry. I will endeavour to deal with my questions with some assistance from Ms. Reason. I think we can probably be done. I think half an hour is optimistic, but 45 minutes is more realistic. That we still have re-examination. I'm very happy to carry on.
Well, I knew you would be because of tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I must check with other parties, because I don't want to be unfair to anybody else by sitting late. Mr. Underwood and I are prepared on this occasion, given the availability, to sit a little later. But I do want to check with everybody else first.
Well, given availability and given that Ms. Reason is here, ready to go, it's probably best to make use of the time, as I rather said at lunchtime, as long as we don't make it a habit.
Yes. Ms. Reason, are you content to carry on?
I'm still alive. I'm still here.
Okay. I'm sure Mr. Parker, it's in his own interest, will endeavour to be as succinct as possible.
I will. I'm sure you're more alive than me, Ms. Reason, given the time. I am going to try and be succinct. I would obviously appreciate if I ask a question, you do your best to answer it. I'm sure you're familiar with how things work, but there have been some issues today in that respect. Now, I just want to start in principle, and I hope that this should be uncontroversial. The mitigation hierarchy,
Yes.
we can turn it up if we need to. Let's, for everyone's note, we've got CD 1805, which are the guidelines for ecological impact assessment, which includes some guidance on the mitigation hierarchy at paragraph 6.1 to 6.4. Go there if you need to, but let's see if we, in the interest of time, can agree. A scheme which avoids impacts is, in principle, according to the mitigation hierarchy, preferable to a scheme which has potential impacts, even though those potential impacts can be mitigated. Is that fair in principle?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we've looked at CD 2907, which is a consultation response from Natural England. Again, we can go there if we need to, but it is right, isn't it, that Natural England's objection was only removed on the basis that there was a need for mitigation by reference to potential impacts, and you are providing that mitigation, yeah?
They didn't put in an objection, they put in a representation of matters that they wish to be considered, which is slightly different.
Okay, but in terms of the basis on which the position with Natural England has been agreed, Natural England has requested and indicated that it finds the position to be acceptable on the basis of the mitigation that's being proposed, yeah?
Yep.
That's what they say. So this is not a situation in which Natural England says, we've seen all your assessment, your surveys and so on, that we're satisfied that there is no potential for impact. What they are saying is there is a potential for impact, but we've seen the mitigation that you're proposing and we're happy with that mitigation in principle.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, if the CPPF alternative scheme, why this all matters, comes back to the comparison. If the CPPF alternative, and we'll come on and look at the detail, but I just want to deal with the principle, right? If the CPPF alternative would avoid giving rise to potential impacts on that, it would, in terms of the mitigation hierarchy, be preferable to the GCP scheme, wouldn't it?
If it did, but it doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah. Fine, so we've got the principle. We can look then at the content. Now, I was going to ask you. You've been through what you say are the impacts from the GCP, or you've produced some written evidence about the impacts from the GCP scheme. And in broad terms, the construction impacts relate to roost loss, fragmentation of the landscape, and the loss and degradation of foraging habitat, and we've seen content in your proof in respect of that, yeah?
Yep.
Now, you're proposing mitigation in respect of each of those, and you've said that that's on the basis of the precautionary principle.
Yep.
We already know what Natural England's position is, that this mitigation is necessary in order for them to be satisfied that the scheme can proceed. Your professional judgment, I mean, what is your position? Do you accept that this mitigation is necessary? Because at points you seem to suggest that it wasn't necessary to avoid potential impact. What is your professional judgment?
That's a question which almost applies that if you put in a load of data at one end, you get an absolute answer out at the other end. And that's not the case. That's not how ecology works. Sometimes you put in mitigation on a precautionary principle that you might find wasn't actually necessary, but it was a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, but sorry, again, just because, in the interest of time, your position to the inspectors is that there's not likely to be a significant effect on bats or the SAC, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. Is it necessary for you to express that professional judgment that there is mitigation proposed as part of the scheme, or if there weren't mitigation proposed as part of the scheme, would you be expressing the same professional judgment to the inspectors of no likely significant effects?
I think I already said in places that, for example, in relation to mortality, even if there wasn't any mitigation proposed, I still think that the mortality risk would be very, very low.
Okay.
And I also said that in relation to fragmentation, for example, that even without those mitigation features, I suspect that Barbastell would not be hampered by the lack of those mitigation features.
Yeah, but let's use the terminology. Your position is no likely significant effect. So I just want a very clear answer from you. Again, we're looking at a time. I don't want to waste time asking the same question over and over again. I just want a clear judgment from you. We're going to have to do this step by step. And fragmentation of the landscape as a result of construction impacts. You are proposing mitigation to address that potential impact, yeah?
Mitigation has been proposed to address that impact, yes.
In your professional judgment, is that mitigation necessary for you to be able to say to the inspectors that there is going to be no likely significant effect?
I'm not sure that it is, but it is standard practice to put in that mitigation for construction fragmentation.
So just
I'm not sure
Yeah.
it is. A clear answer.
you're not sure that it is. So the answer's no in your professional judgment. No.
Well, that's not what Ms. Reason said, was it?
Well.
I think you're trying to get me to a point which says absolutely the scheme would be fine without any mitigation, but our scheme doesn't need any mitigation and therefore it is better, and I'm not in a position to say that.
No. Okay. Fine. But the inspectors need to come to a judgment on whether there's likely to be any significant effects. That's
As a
what
result
they
of
need
the
to
scheme,
do.
the answer is no. There's
Yeah.
not likely to be any significant effect of the scheme as proposed. No, it's fine.
Including the mitigation.
The mitigation is part of the scheme.
Okay, fine. So, but your position that there are not likely to be significant effects depends on the inclusion of the mitigation as part of the scheme.
That's
Is that
not what I
fair way?
said.
Well,
The mitigation is part of the scheme,
Yeah.
and therefore the scheme as it is proposed is not likely to have residual effects. If you're asking me whether it would be sensible to build most of the scheme without the mitigation, then that's not what's being proposed, and therefore I don't need to make a judgment on that.
okay. Well, it goes to all sorts of points. I don't want to go around in circles. The applicant is proposing conditions, for example, that would require this mitigation to be secured. These inspectors can only be satisfied that that condition is necessary and that it meets the policy test if it is in fact necessary. If your professional judgment is that it isn't necessary, then that's something that the inspector will need to take into account. So
Natural
it's
England
not
have
quite as
accepted the
simple.
scheme with the mitigation as it is proposed.
Sorry?
Natural England have accepted the scheme with the mitigation as it is
Okay.
proposed.
Okay.
And therefore the
Yes, but
conditions
what-
are necessary.
Miss Reason, Natural England may well have accepted as proposed, but an answer to the question would be helpful, particularly having regard to conditions.
If you're asking me if you built the scheme without any of those landscape treatments in, could there be an impact on bats? The answer is yes, and it is not something you can put a number on. But do I think it would be significant in the real world? Probably not, and the monitoring would probably show you that. But in general, as a profession, we like to maintain linear features across schemes, and that's what we do. And therefore, building the scheme without that mitigation in place would not be accepted practice.
I'm very conscious of the time. I've asked you for your judgment. I'm not quite clear, I have to say, what your own judgment is in respect of those matters. But let's proceed by reference to Natural England's position. Because I think we're agreed on what Natural England's position is, which is that absent this mitigation, they would have concerns about the scheme, but they don't because there is mitigation. Yeah,
That's their position.
Fine. Let's proceed on that basis, because at least that position is clear, Miss Reason. Now, I want you to then turn to paragraph 7.2.6 of your proof of evidence, please. And just let
Can
me
you
know.
repeat that? Sorry, because
Yeah,
it died.
7.2.6.
Yes.
Yeah. So here you are talking about other sections of the route that we're not concerned with in terms of the CPPF alternative. But you say for online sections, the existing road may already constitute a barrier to some species, but the addition of the narrow busway is unlikely to result in a barrier to those individuals already crossing at those locations. And you specifically refer to Barbastell. So you're satisfied, aren't you, that for elsewhere, online sections of the route will not be materially affected by the addition of a narrow busway alongside the existing road, yeah?
What I'm saying there is that barbastelle and other high-flying species are already crossing that road,
Yeah.
and therefore will continue crossing the road with the busway in it.
Yeah.
Species that find that a barrier already are probably not going to cross the road.
Yeah, so in principle, the addition of a narrow busway along an existing section of road is unlikely to result in a barrier to those bats which are already crossing that road. Yeah, that's fair, isn't it?
But you might add a small amount for bats which are on the borderline of should I cross, should I not cross. And we're talking, most of the online sections, they're already very, very wide gap, isn't there? Whereas on the other side of the scheme, in the eastern side of the scheme, you don't have such a wide barrier.
Okay.
So clutter feeding bats would approach it differently. But I still think, despite all of these discussions, that the bigger risk of the other scheme is the fact that it goes very close to Madingley Wood, and you want to make changes to the vegetation around there, and that is a big risk.
We'll come on and interrogate that assumption in due course, Ms. Susan. But that's helpful. That confirmation in principle. Now, sorry, I can't miss.
On the evidence unfairly. Don't comment on the evidence. Ask the question. If you don't want to do it fairly, that's up to you.
Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. This is my opportunity to ask questions. Now, so let's look then at the CPPF alternative and the comparative assessment. So I want to take each, just briefly as we can, take each of the topics, the harms that you've identified for the GCP scheme, potential harms that you've identified now, and look at them by comparison, by reference to the CPPF alternative. So roost loss. Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Woodfield has assessed the trees that are to be lost as part of the CPPF alternative proposals. Are you aware that he's carried out that assessment?
I believe so. I can't recall it.
Okay. I mean, he has assessed the trees that are to be lost as having a low potential for roosting. That's paragraph 4.3.5 of his proof of evidence.
That's the ones opposite Madingley Wood, you mean? Is that what you're talking about?
I think he's assessed all of the trees which he has identified would be lost as a result of the CPPF alternative as having a low potential for roosting. I don't think you have put any evidence to counter that. You don't seek to challenge his conclusions in that respect, as I understand it. Is that fair?
I may not have done, but I don't think roost loss is a huge issue for the scheme.
Okay. Now, fragmentation of the landscape through severance. Now, this is a point that you've, as I understand it, you have concerns about the CPPF alternative by reference to bats crossing over from the Madingley Wood SSSI.
That's not a fragmentation issue. That's a mortality issue.
A mortality. Okay. Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it as a mortality issue then. Now, I just want you to take up the Woodfield proof, Mr. Woodfield's proof of evidence, and go to PDF 69. Let me know when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
We have here. These are diagrams that we've already looked at, but they show the trees to be lost.
Can you give some additional reference, because those pages aren't numbered on the
Oh, I'm very sorry. So there is a series of drawings.
Is it that one?
I think, yes, it is that one. Yeah, DW5, figure DW5. And we can see there 4 lengths of road, yeah, one on top of each other.
Yeah.
And the Madingley Wood is the second one from the top, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see that there are 3 trees below the Madingley Wood in one location, and then another tree, maybe two trees in another location, yeah? 2 small dots on top of each other. Can you see what I'm talking about?
I have the map in front of me.
Yes, but so just to be clear, I want you to be clear that we are talking about the same thing, because otherwise my questions are not going to be of any use to the inspectors, yeah? So we're looking at the same orange dots on the plan, yeah?
The 3 orange dots.
Yeah, and then to the left of that, there are 2 orange dots on top of each other, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the extent of the tree loss that's predicted for the CPPF alternative, yeah?
Okay.
Now, in terms of the 3 trees on the right-hand side, we can see, can't we, from that plan, that immediately to the left of those trees are as it were, I wouldn't say it's woodland, but a collection of trees immediately to the south of the road, and then you've got the Madingley SSI to the north, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, in terms of where bats are likely to be crossing over, it's far more likely, isn't it, that they're going to be crossing over between that denser woodland to the left of those 3 trees that are to be lost than immediately over those 3 trees. That's fair, isn't it?
I think they're crossing over in various places along the edges.
That's not an answer to my question, Ms.
Well, I
Riven,
haven't looked at the thermal footage in detail, so I couldn't tell you exactly where all of those bats were observed, I'm afraid.
No, but just answer my question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, we're struggling for time, Ms. Riven, so just focus on the question, because it's really important. The bats are more likely to be crossing over the dense area of woodland to the left of the 3 trees that are to be lost than they are likely to be over the area of the 3 trees to be lost. Is that fair?
I don't think you can answer that question.
Okay. Now, if you can just take up your note CD 2918.
It's not going there. 29. There's the technical note.
Yeah? Let me know when you're there. You got it open?
It's opening.
Great.
If you'd said it was a thermal report, I had it open already, but never mind.
Sorry, I work in CD numbers.
That's fine.
Page 12 of the PDF, there's a photograph. I'd like to have a look at that photograph.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we can see from your photograph the 3 trees that are identified to be lost. They are the 3 trees which we can see are individual trees, and then behind them we can see the dense bank of woodland. Yeah. That's right, isn't it? Those are the 3 trees that are going to be lost. Yeah.
Well, I'll take your word for that.
Take my word for it. Now we can see from that photograph that if one cuts down those trees, you are not materially reducing the gap between the denser woodland to the west of those lost trees, are we?
Well, you would be taking out some of that vegetation further along. You would be making a wider.
Just focus on the question. If you take out the 3 trees that we can see, like those individual trees on the left-hand side, yeah.
I can see them.
Yeah, you are not going to be reducing the gap between the denser woodland to the west of those trees, are you?
Well, the canopy is quite a lot closer, is it not?
Yeah, but you're not affecting that. That's the point. You're not affecting that canopy because you're only losing the individual trees. You're not losing the denser woodland to the west.
Fine.
Is that fair?
I haven't looked at it on the ground, and it would be easier to see on the ground.
Okay. Well, Mr. Woodfield has provided this evidence, but let me cut to the quick. You've expressed concerns about how the CPPF alternative would potentially increase the gap between the Madingley Wood SSI and the southern part of the road. I'd understood it to be a concern about fragmentation. It's a concern about mortality. But the reality is that the tree loss which is envisaged in Mr. Woodfield's proof is not likely to have any significant effect at all on bats crossing that road. Is that fair?
It may not have a significant effect. I can't say that they would, and I said that right at the beginning, I can't say that it would affect the height at which bats fly.
Okay.
But it's still a risk because it's very close to the roost and it's very close to where juveniles will be flying earlier in the year.
Okay, well, I'm going to pick that point up with Mr. Woodville. I'll put the point to you and pick that up with him. Then loss, degradation of foraging habitat. I know you say that there's mitigation in the GCP scheme, but by any measure, the amount of vegetation to be lost as part of the CPPF alternative is significantly less, isn't it, than would be lost as a result of the GCP scheme, yeah?
But a lot of the habitat to be lost from the GCP scheme is arable.
First. That's right, isn't it?
If you like.
Well, no.
I haven't made an assessment of the habitat to be lost for the GCP scheme against the habitat to be lost for the GPPF scheme.
Okay.
But we have made an assessment of the value of the habitat to be lost that is of value to barbastal and other bats compared to the habitat that will be replaced in the biodiversity net gain proposal. Is not significant. And even if you take it without the mitigation, the habitat to be lost that is of value to barbastal and other bats in the GCP scheme is not significant in the context of the whole core sustenance zone for those species.
Now, one other point, you've referred to potential lighting that would be required as a result of the CPPF alternative in terms of the A1303. That's right, that's one of the concerns that you've raised, isn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You have indicated in your assessment of the CPPF alternative.
Oh yes, what I said is I haven't seen an assessment of what would be required on the CPPF scheme, because presumably there are the same sorts of issues where third-party users and the busway will come into contact, and the assessment made, the statement made in Dominic Woodfield's proof was that it's within the zone of envelope and no extra lighting would be needed, and therefore it couldn't possibly be a significant effect. And I just said that assessment hasn't really been done.
Okay. Now, but it's right, isn't it, that there is already lighting along that road?
In places, but it's actually, having driven around the scheme, late at night, most of it is pretty dark. And therefore it's permeable to bats as it is. All I said with that comment is that no assessment has really been made of the lighting that would be required for the CPPF scheme, and that statement still stands. And it may be that it isn't a problem, but I can't tell you.
And it's right, isn't it? I mean, you say so, this is a reference from your proof, you don't need to go there, but where street lighting and traffic are already present, the introduction of a busway is unlikely to have any additional impact by reference to that existing situation.
Yeah, because they were already experiencing some lighting. But if you filled in all the dots and put in lighting in all the places where there wasn't lighting now, that would be a problem. But the lighting is going to be very limited.
Now, one final point, I just want to try and understand what you mean. At 3.2.7 of your proof, you probably, if you just turn it up.
Sorry, 3.2.7.
2.7.
Of my proof,
2.7.
or the rebuttal.
Maybe it may be the rebuttal. Sorry, that probably. Let me see.
Okay, with the rebuttal. No. It's not that.
Sorry, hold on a second. Sorry. Yeah, it's of the rebuttal. I'm sorry. My mistake. It's page 5, PDF, paragraph 3.2.7.
3.7.
And in the penultimate line, you say certainly it would. Well, let's deal with this final sentence. Certainly, it would be unwise to assume such changes could be beneficial.
Yeah.
Due to a limited increase. I think you've misunderstood the point that Mr. Woodfield is making there. The benefit that he has identified results from the fact that at the moment you have 2 busy lanes of traffic adjacent to the northern side of the highway, and the CPPF scheme would move those busy lanes of traffic away from the triple SI, such that there would be a greater degree of separation due to the bus lane and the pedestrian footway than there is presently. Is that how you had understood the point that he was making?
I understood the point he was making. The point that I was making is that the bats don't understand what the boundary of the triple SI is, and they're using the triple SI, the land between the triple SI and the edge of the road, and indeed the habitat extending away from it.
Exactly. So moving the two busy lanes away, or of traffic away from that area that you've just described, has a potential beneficial effect, doesn't it?
I don't think you would be able to find a measurable benefit, really. I don't think it makes any difference.
Okay. And then you say the second part of that sentence, and the potential for a near direct impact on land that has been considered as functionally linked to the SAC has not been acknowledged.
Well, perhaps we shouldn't have said land. We should have said a breeding colony of barber-style bats that is functionally linked to the SAC would be more accurate.
Okay, on the bats, but what do you mean when you say the potential for a near direct impact on bats?
Well, we've already talked about the fact that there could be, if you're running a scheme close to there and you're changing the structure of the edge of the woodland, that there could be a risk, particularly to juvenile risks, potentially, and therefore, if there's more of a risk to bats within that colony, which is functionally linked to the SAC, there could be an impact. I think it's unlikely, to be fair, but you still need to consider that, and that wasn't considered, and that's the point I was making.
Okay, so that's helpful. So it's a fair note that it hasn't been considered, you say, but your judgment is that it's unlikely. But if Mr. Woodfield is right that the removal of those 3 trees will make absolutely no difference whatsoever, and if Mr. Woodfield is right that actually moving the busy lanes of traffic away from the triple SI is likely to have a beneficial effect on those who are moving along the triple SI and the vegetation next to it, including those juveniles, then actually the CPPF alternative would carry benefits rather than potential adverse impacts. That's right, isn't it, Ms. Reading?
I think you couldn't make that specific a judgment, and you'd have to go to neutral at best.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it would be better.
Okay, fine. But when you say neutral, you mean no adverse, no risk of a likely significant effect. That's what you mean by neutral, isn't it?
You're asking for very fine judgments of ecological issues which do not lend themselves to very fine judgments. So there is a risk that if you change the edge of the triple SI and its structure, there could be some increased mortality of bats, and it could affect juvenile bats. How much of an impact that is, one couldn't possibly say.
So that's not an answer to my question. I just asked what you were meaning when you said neutral. When you say neutral, you mean no likely significant effect, don't you? That's what you mean by neutral.
I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take that as a yes. And if Mr. Woodfield's wrong and there's no benefit to be gained from moving the lanes of traffic away from the wood, and no benefit to be gained in terms of the CPPF alternative, the position is at best neutral, isn't it? That there's no likely significant effect. That's fair, isn't it? Yeah. Now, in that situation where the CPF scheme doesn't have any likely significant effect, then in terms of the mitigation hierarchy, it is preferable, isn't it? Because we agreed in principle at the very outset of these series of questions that a scheme which avoids impacts, which is neutral in terms of its likely significant effects, is preferable to a scheme which has impacts, even though those impacts are maybe mitigated. That's right, isn't it?
I haven't been asked to look at the CPPF scheme, and I haven't assessed all the impacts of the CPPF scheme in relation against the GCP scheme, and I'm not going to make that statement.
Okay, but can you just answer my question?
I'm afraid you...
Well, she said that she didn't... Oh, well.
She hasn't assessed the scheme.
I haven't assessed your scheme, so I can't make that judgment.
Well, I'm not... Okay, I'm not sure that's a fair appraisal of her evidence, because her written evidence does purport to assess the CPPF alternative. She was asked a long series of questions by Mr. Henson on it. I mean, I'm not going to ask her the question again, but I do put it that it rather therefore undermines all of the evidence that she has given on the CPPF alternative and the time that we've spent at the inquiry, Mr. Henson asking her questions, if that's the ultimate position. But there we go.
But I haven't given a lot of evidence in relation to the CPPF scheme. I have merely said that if the GPT... Yes, okay, fine.
Let's move on. So you've got our case that CPPF alternative avoids potential harms, therefore preferable by reference to the mitigation hierarchy. Let's look at the mitigation and just try and put a little bit of flesh on the bones. You've talked about, so part of the mitigation are these bat hopovers, which, as I understand it, sort of landscape features which try and connect both sides of the road, and you've supplied a technical note. Now, you know Mr. Woodfield's position, which is that there's no evidence to demonstrate the efficacy of those bat hopovers, and it's right, isn't it, that there is nothing in the technical note that you have produced which refers to any research which has been carried out to investigate the effectiveness of bat hopovers for Barbastelle bats, is there?
But I do reference the European guidance which says that they're effective.
Sorry, just answer.
For 20 kilometres.
Just answer the question.
Where the European guidance is an evidence, is a synthesis of evidence of different. So I do reference that note.
Okay, so you say that well, I'm going to ask you what the European guidance says. You says the European guidance that you're referring to provides evidence that has investigated the efficacy of bat hopovers for Barbastelle bats specifically. Is that right?
It wasn't specific as to species.
Wasn't specific as to species. So just let me ask the question again. You are not aware of evidence, empirical evidence, which has sought to investigate the effectiveness of bat hopovers for Barbastelle bats, have you?
No.
And we know, you've talked about it already, that bats and various species of bats behave in very different ways, don't they?
They do.
Now, you just referred to some European guidance. What are you referring to there? Where's the reference in your written evidence?
It's written in the rebuttal, but if you want the actual specific reference, the easiest place to get it is probably in Appendix 2 of my proof, which gives a link to the report. It's by Elmeros et al.
Okay, just to get to where's the reference? Sorry.
Let's have a look. You probably haven't got a direct. I need to go to Appendix where we have all the extracts of papers. Yeah, it's that sets out, extract 2 sets out, gives a link to the document.
Sorry to interrupt, do you have a PDF page number?
6.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. And sorry, where were you referring me to?
That link, that link's broken. That's annoying. One moment.
And when you say that link, sorry, which row of the table are you on right now?
It was 2, but the link hasn't worked for some reason. I'll find it elsewhere and read it out. Let's see. Where has that gone?
So, in the interest of time, I mean, I'd be the last one to criticise you for having computer problems, but the guidance that you say is at that link, I don't think the guidance itself is in the documents, as I understand.
The whole guidance isn't.
Yeah. Okay. But you're saying that guidance provides some guidance. Sorry for wanting to this time as to how hopovers should be designed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not empirical evidence as to whether they're effective or not, is it?
Well, they have given some measure of where they're effective, and they say that they are effective for gaps up to 20 metres. It's the Conference of European Directors of Roads, which is where the link should have gone.
Sorry, is that specific to Barbastell bats?
I don't think it was specific to Barbastell bats.
Okay, so we come back to the same point that so insofar as you're referring to European guidance, you accept that it's not specific to Barbastell bats, yeah?
I would have to check that.
Okay. Now, it's right, isn't it, that again we can turn to it. I'm hoping that we don't need to. That the conditions that have been recommended by Natural England include monitoring conditions.
They do
in relation to the various measures. Now, it's fair, isn't it, that if the hop over had already been proven to be effective, there wouldn't be any particular need for monitoring, and the reason why Natural England have requested monitoring is because there is uncertainty as to their effectiveness. Is that fair?
I think monitoring is sensible in any situation where you put in mitigation. I'm a great believer in collecting evidence. The structure of that mitigation monitoring condition comes from Chapter 9 of the VAT Mitigation Guidelines, which I lead authored, and I am forever pushing people to do monitoring, to provide evidence, to improve our knowledge of the industry. Not expensive, full-blown, really over-the-top monitoring, but targeted monitoring, which shows whether a particular structure in a particular place or a particular intervention in another place is effective.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's unreasonable for any scheme, and I'm sure there would be elements of the CPPF scheme which would also require monitoring.
Yeah, not unreasonable, and with your policy hat on, that all sounds very sensible. It's not quite an answer to my question, or maybe just let me confirm. I mean, the reason why all of this monitoring and data gathering is important is because we don't yet know whether these bat hop overs are effective. That's why there needs to be monitoring. That's right, isn't it?
Yep. In this particular scenario, which is very unusual compared to most other scenarios, it's perfectly reasonable to ask for monitoring.
Now, in terms of why the mitigation hierarchy is important, then, one of the reasons why the mitigation hierarchy is important is because insofar as you depend on mitigation to address potential impacts, there is uncertainty about the effectiveness of those mitigation measures. Yeah, that's fair?
Okay, and I'm sure your scheme will show up some areas of uncertainty which will also require monitoring.
Again, if no mitigation is required because the CPPF alternative, and I'm not going to try and put words in your mouth, has no impact, then that is why the mitigation hierarchy matters, because those residual uncertainties simply don't arise with the CPPF alternative, do they?
I haven't assessed the scheme, so I'm not able to say that.
Okay, I haven't assessed the CPPF alternative. Thank you, Ms. Rees. My note's very clear on that. Finally, then, compensatory habitat as a mitigation method. You referred a number of times to the applicant's BNG proposals. Mm-hmm. Now, again, this is not a question that you need to deal with because it relates to Mr. Ellis, but I just wanted to check whether you're aware. You're aware that Mr. Woodfield has provided a very detailed critique of the applicant's proposals for BNG, yeah? And Mr. Ellis will come on to it to a greater or less extent, has accepted some of those criticisms, yeah? Mm-hmm. And one of the things that he is proposing, or is being proposed by the applicant, we can investigate it, is the possibility of off-site mitigation to achieve 10% BNG. You're aware of that? Now, yes, are you aware of that?
I wasn't sure where the BNG proposals would be installed, but usually one does need an element of off-site for a big scheme.
And it's right that insofar as that off-site habitat is being proposed as part of the BNG, I think it's nowhere near where the bats would be foraging, and the short point is that off-site BNG would not provide appropriate mitigation for the loss of habitat that you've described in your proof. Is that fair? Or you're not in a position to say?
I think you will see that I said the core sustenance zone for Barbastell Colony is 6 kilometres in radius and therefore really covers a very wide area. And I can't believe that the BNG stuff would all be outside of that.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to force you into a position where you're answering outside your... Have you looked at where the offsite...
No, I haven't been asked to. It's not part of my remit.
It's not part of... So I'm just
Yeah.
going to leave it there. Ms. Reason, it's not part of your remit. Now, Ms. Reason, thank you very much for bearing with me. I've romped through as fast as I could. So those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Can you just check whether there's anybody who with questions for Ms. Reason? No. Have you got anything? Right, you want to go first then?
You can get this up.
Okay. Ms. Reason, just one thing that I'd like to ask you.
Okay.
And that's about the area in which the barber bats are likely to be found outside Madingley Wood. I think you were asked, I think, in chief about Cotton Orchard.
Yes.
And I think you felt that whilst other bats might be there because of the food supply, you didn't expect too many barbastals going that far south.
No, that's not quite what I said.
Sorry.
They said that Barbastell do not seem to be making a great use of Cotton Orchard.
Yes.
From the different surveys that have been carried out over time, they don't appear to be making great use of Cotton Orchard.
Yes. So what is your knowledge of how far south they are going from?
Oh, I'd have to look at the home range map, but it goes beyond the scheme and down, and probably.
So they are going
down
over
towards
the orchard.
Oh, they are going to
Yeah.
Coton. They are going. They're
Yes, and they're
we
not
have
making
picked up
use of it.
Barbastell at Coton, yes.
Yeah.
Just not huge number. When I say huge numbers, not huge numbers of registrations. If you have a large number of registrations,
Yes.
it could be a small number of bats or a large number of bats. If you only have a small number of registrations, it's likely to be a small number of bats.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're going over the orchard, beyond it, and over the scheme.
They'll be going beyond. They'll
Yeah.
be going. I mean, the Barbastell can go quite a long way, right?
Yes, you already
up
made
to
that
eight
point. Yes.
kilometres is not unusual.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Just going back to your proof of evidence at 7.2.2 talks about landscape features. Firstly, can I just clarify that these are the same as we talk about hopovers?
Yes, it's a bit of a convoluted term that was been used. I think we could just call them hopovers.
And it was mentioned 8 locations. Can you just direct me where those are?
Yeah, the
where
best
those
way
are?
to find where those locations are is probably at the end of technical note 1. Can't remember if we actually managed to put a map in the end. So if you go to the proof, technical note 1 is in the appendices, yeah.
Starts on page 64.
64.
Yeah,
Thank you. Hang on.
page 64. So if you go down a bit further to table 6 or 7. Starts on page 80 something. So you'll see there all the criteria that we'll use. It's 82 it starts at. So table 6 gives a summary of all the data that's been collected with the different techniques and the criteria that we use to determine whether mitigation should go in or not. So we looked at where the home range or core foraging areas were for the different colonies, whether commuting Barbastell had been picked up by crossing point surveys where surveyors go out and actually observe bats, or whether static detectors, so static detectors, you leave them out and they collect data, so they collect data for longer, so they're more likely to pick up bats which are not there in number. And then
Sorry.
Go on.
On this thing it says CP location.
Crossing point
Yeah.
surveys.
So
Yeah.
whereabouts are they? Is there a
Did we
plan
put-
or something?
Yeah, let me step into CD 11105, which is the ES.
There was an updated one that aligned better with this table, and I'm not sure.
Well, let's see if this one will do, Miss Reason. I'm
Okay.
sure there might be better, but
That's the Bat Roost report, is it?
that's the one. So if you look at it's the activity report, I should say, not the Roost Bat activity report.
Hang on. So
And if you look at PDF 78, you'll see a plan. It's all CPs and different coloured dots.
sorry, what page did you say?
78, sir.
Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong document. There you go. Right. Just bear with me. Okay, sorry. Okay, yes, I can see that. So, and so those CP numbers correspond to what's in your appendix. Is that correct?
Yeah, the crossing points.
And have these been designed in any way, or are they just an indication of something that's yet to be?
No, there's a partial design, largely their design. So let me get my notes up. So I think I described earlier that they're designed to try and maintain the commuting routes, the linear features that have been used by bats, whether it's barbastelle or more common species in greater activity. And they're designed to try and keep bats flying at height over the scheme. So they're trying to deal with connectivity and potential mortality, though as we've said, mortality risk is relatively low.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Again, this is something that's touched on before, where there was a discussion about the hours of operation of buses. I mean, to what extent would that actually, is that a mitigation requirement, or bearing in mind what you said earlier, is that not not something that needs to be sort of specified? So I think the figures that have been mentioned is around between sort of 6 a.m. and midnight is when buses would operate, and that they wouldn't afterwards. I mean, is the fact there wouldn't be buses between midnight and 6 a.m. Something that, you know, is that really important that they shouldn't in terms of collisions, or is it not something that's
it would alter the calculation slightly, because obviously there'd be a longer period of overlap between when bats are active and when they're not active. So they come out at dusk, and then there's a peak of activity, and then it tends to go a bit quiet, and then there may be another peak before dawn, but they're not active all night. So there would be some complicated adjustments about, well, the period of overlap between buses and bats is longer, but in those nighttime periods, I imagine the bus frequency would be much lower, so that would feed into the collision risk assessment as well.
Yeah, understood. I guess what I'm getting at is, should it be specified that, and I'm just putting this out as an example, that buses shouldn't run between those hours in order to ensure that there isn't an adverse effect on bats, or are you saying that it's not an essential?
With a period of greatest activity, the more concentrated activity would probably be between, it's not actually sunset and midnight, it's whenever the bats are reaching the scheme and midnight. So for barbastelle it was significantly after sunset, it was like a couple of hours after sunset. They were hanging around in their home woodland and then leaving. So I don't think it would be worth not running buses between midnight and 6 a.m.
So just to be clear, when you say it's not worth not doing it, is that because you don't think it would have an effect, or?
Well, I think we've already assessed the collision risk at a time when there are likely to be more buses and bats are more active, and it's already low, and therefore it would be lower between midnight and 6 a.m. with fewer buses and likely less bat activity. So I don't think it's necessary to do that.
Thank you. And again, this might be something which doesn't have much in effect. I think again in your proof and elsewhere, I think the general assumption is that there be single decker buses. I haven't read anywhere there's a proposal for any different style of buses, but would double decker buses make any difference in terms of the heights that you're talking about?
Well, obviously, the higher the buses, the higher bats need to be above bus level. Most of the observations that we have seen from the thermal observations show bats crossing significantly above that. But when we calculated risk height, we did look at between 3 and 6 metres. Almost only one bat was between 3 and 6 metres, so all the others were above 6 metres.
So what will your conclusion be from that?
In the locations where we observed them, bats are largely above risk height.
Okay, thank you. Just finally, there's been some discussion about conditions, and also I think you particularly mentioned about I think it's draft condition 18, where there's a requirement for monitoring and identification of further mitigation. Now, there's probably a question that I've got that's probably more appropriate for a conditions section, but I think it's possible I've misread it, but the way I read that condition is that whilst it requires identification of further mitigation, it doesn't appear to require that mitigation to be implemented if it was identified as a result of the monitoring. I mean,
the monitoring will monitor the mitigation that's gone in, and it will set some specific questions for that, specific objectives. Should specify how that objective should be tested, and it should specify remedial actions should that objective or the test fail and bats. So, for example, if you found that clutter feeding bats were not crossing at height and they were going through the mitigation structure, then you might say, well, okay, we need to put some fencing in and make it permanent. So it should be very specific and targeted.
So, and again, let me just double check I've read that correctly. That, I haven't misread it. I mean, this may well come down to a discussion about what actually is contained in a monitoring strategy, and whether a monitoring strategy actually includes requirements for mitigation. But just your view is that monitoring should, if it does identify remedial actions, they should be implemented.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I've got.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Reason.
Does that mean I get to have some gin and tonic now?
Almost.
Not yet.
Whole fire. Very small number.
Was it?
Okay. Bat hopovers, technical note 4.
Yes.
Okay, series of questions there. Put to you, not aware of empirical evidence which has sought to investigate the efficacy of bat hopovers for Barbastelle bats. You said no. Does the absence of empirical evidence seeking to investigate the efficacy of bat hopovers for Barbastelle bats change your approach in TN4 to the efficacy of that mitigation?
No, because I think most of the evidence that we'll be looking at hopovers was looking to see how they cross bigger roads. And what we're trying to do here is get them across a small gap, make sure they have connectivity and reduce mortality. Actually, I think the hopovers are more important for the other species of bats, to be honest, more than Barbastelle, if you want my considered opinion.
Well, that possibly deals with the second question, which is guidelines not being empirical evidence, and it says not, the guidelines are not specific to Barbastelle.
No.
You weren't sure, you need to check. Let's just take a worst case approach. Let's say it's not specific to Barbastelle, it's more general.
The guidelines are more general.
Yeah, if that is right, does that change your reliance on the guidelines in informing your conclusions on the efficacy of bat hopovers?
No, I think the barbs will be fine.
And finally, a number of points about the comparative scheme, and you said, well, you've not done a comparative analysis.
No.
So it's fine. And then point being put really is more of a comment, but I'll put it to you so you've got an opportunity to respond. So suggesting that therefore means you're not in a position to comment and respond on Mr. Woodfield's rebuttal proof evidence in the way that his proof evidence in the way that you've done in your rebuttal proof evidence. Is that right? Are you in a position to respond to the points in his proof that you've done in your rebuttal proof without a comparative analysis of the scheme?
I think that I'm the I'm happy to stand by the comments I made in my rebuttal brief. I don't think they needed me to make a detailed assessment of the scheme, either its constructability or anything else.
So they're my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Henderson. Mr Reason.
Thank you.
Mr Reason, just before we
Yeah.
we'll let you go completely. The document that you were referring to in the link,
Yes,
which
I can send that to you.
I think what we really need to go in the core document library is not so much a link, but either the document itself as
Sure.
a PDF or the relevant extract from it. And that
Yeah,
was
I can do that.
That was a point that we did make at the pre-inquiry meeting.
Yeah.
Links can have a habit of either not being available or changing.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you. Before we wind things up after a long session today, can I just check whether anybody needs to raise anything? Mr Cameron.
No, nothing to raise, sir. I won't be here tomorrow, but Mr Henderson will, so we'll
Yeah.
press on.
Okay, good.
Just briefly for me, because I'm not here
Yes.
for the next few
We know. Yeah.
days, so you won't be seeing me. You'll be pleased to hear. So. The only issue on programming, I've had a discussion with Mr Cameron about the week of the CPPF evidence. I don't think it's finalised, but I just wanted to flag up that we are exploring ways in which to lighten the load in that week, and I don't know whether the applicant's made any progress, but I just wanted to flag that up to you before I departed.
So I don't think it's beneficial to have a long discussion
No,
about
not at all.
programme now. Last thing we want to do, simple solution is Mr Ellis gets taken out of that week, CPPF get the whole week, and then we've got a better chance of getting
Okay.
through it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Anything else from anybody? Right. If not, we'd like to suggest, looking at tomorrow, it looks lighter compared to today. So our suggestion is that we revert to the usual 10 o'clock start for tomorrow.
Yes.
There we go.
And with that, the inquiry's adjourned now until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.